So hey guys, this is Fiction Quest. I hope you all are doing well. On this channel, we create the fan fictions, what if stories, where the single change can completely rewrite the whole story. You already know. In that, we explore the alternative timelines, different choices, and a new path for your favorite character stories that never happened in the original version. If you enjoy the creative fan fictions and what if scenarios, you are in the right place. So let's begin the today's stories.
Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry walked into Gringotts at age 5 and claimed the Peverell Lordship to evict the Dursleys? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Cupboard and the Coin. The thing about hunger was that it stopped being a feeling after a while. It became a fact, like gravity or the color of the sky. Harry Potter, 5 years old and small for his age, understood this the way he understood that his cupboard was under the stairs and that asking questions got you locked inside it. He lay on the thin mattress that smelled of dust and something chemical. Aunt Petunia's cleaning supplies leaked through the slats sometimes, and listened to the sounds of the Dursley household preparing for Dudley's birthday. There would be 37 presents this year. Harry knew because Dudley had counted them last night, loudly, outside Harry's cupboard door. 37. That's one more than last year. Harry had learned not to count the presents. He'd also learned not to count meals, or words spoken to him that weren't orders, or the number of days between punishments. Counting made things worse. Counting made you realize what you didn't have. Above him, footsteps thundered. Dudley, probably jumping on his bed to test whether it could hold his weight after another year of everything he wanted. Harry's stomach made a sound. He ignored it. The morning light crept through the vent in his cupboard door, the only source of illumination in his small world. Harry watched the dust motes dance in the narrow beam and pretended they were something else. Fireflies. Stars. Magic. He wasn't supposed to think about magic. The M-word was forbidden in the Dursley household, along with questions about his parents, questions about why he lived in a cupboard, and questions in general. But Harry thought about it anyway, in the private space of his own head where no one could punish him. Sometimes, strange things happened around him. Things he couldn't explain and had learned never to mention. The time his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia sheared it off with kitchen scissors. The time he'd ended up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, with no memory of climbing. The time the glass at the zoo had simply vanished. Magic. It had to be magic. And if Harry had magic, then maybe, boy. Uncle Vernon's voice cut through the cupboard door like a blade. Harry was moving before he'd finished hearing the word, rolling off his mattress and pulling open the door. He'd learned that speed mattered. Hesitation earned punishment. Get out here. Now. Harry emerged into the hallway, blinking in the brighter light of the house. Uncle Vernon stood at the base of the stairs, his face already a concerning shade of purple despite the early hour. Behind him, Aunt Petunia clutched a spatula like a weapon and Dudley, already dressed in his birthday finest, watched with the particular gleam he got when Harry was about to suffer. "We're going to the zoo today," Uncle Vernon announced, as if Harry didn't already know. "Mrs. Fig can't take you." Something about cats. Mrs. Fig, the strange old woman down the street who always smelled like cabbage and showed Harry photographs of all her cats, was Harry's usual destination when the Dursleys went anywhere. She wasn't kind exactly, but she wasn't cruel either. She let him sit on her couch and watch television and sometimes gave him stale biscuits. "So you'll be coming with us." Harry's heart did something complicated. Going somewhere. Outside. With them, yes, but still, outside. But, Uncle Vernon continued, leaning close enough that Harry could smell the sausage on his breath, "I'm warning you now, boy. Any funny business, any at all, and you won't have meals for a week. Understand?" Harry nodded. He always nodded. Nodding was safe. "And today, you'll do whatever Dudley wants. It's his birthday. His special day. You'll stay out of the way, keep your mouth shut, and be grateful we're not leaving you locked in your cupboard. More nodding. Harry was good at nodding. Can he carry my things? Dudley asked, brightening at the thought. I bet I'll get stuff at the gift shop. He can carry it all. Of course, Dudders. Aunt Petunia's voice went soft and sweet the way it only ever did for Dudley. The boy will carry whatever you need. Harry kept his face blank. Blank was safe too. The zoo was loud and crowded and overwhelming in ways Harry hadn't expected. He'd been to school, of course. Dudley went to a private school now, but Harry still attended the local primary, but school was structured. Predictable. The zoo was chaos, families laughing, children screaming, animals making sounds Harry had only heard on television. He stayed 3 steps behind the Dursleys, far enough to avoid Dudley's elbowing range but close enough that Uncle Vernon couldn't accuse him of wandering. He carried Dudley's jacket, Dudley's zoo map, and the stuffed elephant Dudley had demanded and then immediately lost interest in. They saw lions that looked bored and gorillas that looked angry and penguins that looked like they were plotting something. Dudley pressed his face against every piece of glass, leaving smears that Harry would probably be blamed for somehow, and demanded ice cream 3 times before lunch. Harry watched it all with wide eyes, storing every image in the private museum of his mind. The peacock spreading its feathers. The tiny monkeys chasing each other through artificial trees. A zookeeper feeding fish to seals while children clapped and cheered. This is what the world is, he thought. This is what it looks like when you're allowed to be part of it. Then they reached the reptile house. It was cooler inside, darker, and Dudley's enthusiasm waned immediately. Snakes didn't do much. They lay on rocks or coiled around branches and refused to perform on command, which was the only thing Dudley valued in the world. Make it move, Dudley demanded, banging on the glass of a massive boa constrictor's enclosure. The snake didn't move. Move! Dudley banged harder. Uncle Vernon joined in, rapping his knuckles against the glass as if the snake might respond to authority. Harry, standing off to the side with his arms full of Dudley's things, felt something strange. A pull, almost. Like the snake was looking at him. It was looking at him. Through the glass, past Dudley's reddening face, the boa constrictor had lifted its head and fixed its eyes directly on Harry. Harry, who had learned never to draw attention to himself, glanced around. No one was watching him. They were all watching Dudley's tantrum or pretending not to. He looked back at the snake. Boring, isn't it? He thought, not expecting anything, just projecting his own feelings at the creature behind the glass. People tapping on your window all day. The snake nodded. Harry blinked. Snakes didn't nod. Snakes couldn't nod. But this one had, a definite, deliberate inclination of its head. Can you understand me? Another nod. And then, impossibly, a voice. Not out loud, inside Harry's head, or somewhere close to it. Dry and slow and distinctly serpentine. Yes. You smell like magic, little speaker. Harry's heart hammered. He should stop. He should look away. If Uncle Vernon saw him talking to a snake, where do you come from? Harry asked, not knowing how he was doing this, only knowing that he was. The snake jerked its head toward a sign on the glass. Bred in captivity. Oh. You've never been anywhere else either. No. The snake sounded almost sad. But I dream of trees and warm earth. Sometimes. Daddy. Look. The snake is moving. Dudley's shout shattered the moment. He shoved Harry aside, the stuffed elephant went flying, and pressed his face against the glass. Harry stumbled, caught himself on a railing, and felt something surge inside him. Not anger exactly, but something older. Something that had been building for 5 years in a cupboard under the stairs. The glass vanished. One moment it was there, solid and real. The next, Dudley was tumbling forward into the enclosure, landing face first in the sand while the boa constrictor slithered past him and onto the floor of the reptile house. Screaming. So much screaming. People running, children crying, Aunt Petunia's shriek cutting through everything. "Thank you," the snake hissed as it passed Harry. "Brazil, here I come." Harry stood frozen, watching chaos unfold, knowing with absolute certainty that he'd done this. His magic. His fault. Uncle Vernon's hand closed around his arm like a vice. "You," Uncle Vernon breathed, his face beyond purple now, entering some new color that Harry didn't have a name for. "You did this." The drive home was silent except for Dudley's whimpering. He was wrapped in a zoo blanket, claiming psychological damage, occasionally shooting Harry looks of pure hatred. Harry sat in the back seat, as far from everyone as possible, and waited for the explosion he knew was coming. It came the moment they walked through the door. Freak. Uncle Vernon's hand connected with the side of Harry's head, sending him staggering. Unnatural, another blow. Ungrateful, another. Harry curled into himself, making himself small the way he'd learned, protecting his head with his arms. The blows rained down, Uncle Vernon's hands, Aunt Petunia's shrieking, Dudley watching from a safe distance with something like satisfaction. Cupboard. Uncle Vernon finally roared. 1 week. No food. No light. Maybe that will teach you to control yourself. Harry was thrown into his cupboard. The door slammed. Locks clicked, 3 of them now, installed after the hair-growing back incident. Darkness. Silence. Harry lay on his mattress and didn't cry. Crying was pointless. Crying didn't change anything. Instead, he curled around his empty stomach and thought about a snake that had thanked him. "You smell like magic, little speaker." Magic was real. He'd always known, somewhere deep down, but now he knew for certain. He had magic. He could do things. The question was, what good was magic if it only ever made things worse? The days blurred together. Without light, Harry couldn't track time properly. Meals didn't come, Uncle Vernon had meant what he said. Occasionally, Aunt Petunia would slide a glass of water through the small flap at the bottom of the door, but that was all. Harry drifted in and out of sleep, in and out of dreams. He dreamed of snakes and glass and a world where he wasn't locked in a cupboard. He dreamed of 3 men standing by a river, and something dark that waited on the other side. He dreamed of a voice like wine through dead leaves, asking him questions he didn't understand. "Do you know what you are, child?" He woke from that dream gasping, reaching for something in the darkness, and his hand closed around an object that hadn't been there before. Cold metal. Circular. The size of a large coin. Harry held it up, turning it in his fingers, trying to understand. The cupboard was absolutely dark, no light came through the vent at night, but somehow he could see the coin. Or rather, he could feel it seeing him. It was gold, old, marked with symbols that seemed to writhe at the edges of his perception. A triangle. A circle. A line. And words in a language he didn't recognize but somehow almost understood. Death's gift. Death's debt. Death's heir. The coin was warm in his hand. Not physically warm, it had been cold when he first touched it, but warm in some other way. Like it was welcoming him. "What are you?" Harry whispered. The coin didn't answer. But something else did. A pull. A direction. Like a compass needle swinging north, except the north it pointed to was somewhere Harry had never been. "Come," the feeling said. Not in words. In certainty. "Come claim what is yours." Harry should have been afraid. He was 5 years old, locked in a cupboard, holding a magical artifact that had appeared from nowhere and was telling him to go somewhere. But fear required energy, and Harry had none left. What he had instead was desperation. A week without food. A lifetime without hope. And now, something that wanted him. Even if it was a trick, even if it was a trap, it was better than waiting in the dark for the locks to click open and Uncle Vernon's face to appear. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the snake, about how badly it had wanted to be somewhere else. He thought about his own wanting, so enormous it had no edges. Please, he thought at his magic, at the coin, at whatever was listening. Please take me away from here. The world twisted. Landing hurt. Harry hit cobblestones with his shoulder, rolled, and came to a stop against something hard. For a moment, he just lay there, breathing, trying to understand what had happened. Then he opened his eyes. He was in an alley. A narrow space between two buildings, filled with crates and rubbish bins and shadows that seemed deeper than shadows should be. But beyond the alley, he could see something impossible. A street. Except not like any street Harry had ever seen. People walked past in robes. Actual robes, like wizards in storybooks. Shops lined the cobblestone way, their signs advertising things Harry couldn't quite read from this distance but which seemed to involve words like cauldrons, and wands, and owl emporium. Harry pushed himself up, wincing at the pain in his shoulder, and looked at the coin still clutched in his hand. It had guided him here. Wherever here was. Find it, the coin seemed to say. Find what waits. Harry stumbled out of the alley and into the street. No one paid him much attention. He was small and dirty and dressed in Dudley's cast-offs, enormous on his thin frame, but in a place where people wore robes and pointed hats, perhaps a strange child wasn't worth noticing. He walked. The pull guided him, the coin warm in his pocket now. Past a shop selling broomsticks, flying broomsticks, the sign said, which Harry filed away to process later. Past an ice cream parlor with floating sundaes in the window. Past groups of people talking and laughing and living in a world Harry hadn't known existed. And then, rising before him, a building. White marble. Bronze doors. Columns that seemed to go up forever. And a poem, carved into the stone, enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn must pay most dearly in their turn so if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Harry read it twice, sounding out the harder words. It was a warning, clearly. But the coin was pulling him forward, and Harry was too tired and too hungry and too desperate to turn back now. He climbed the steps and pushed through the bronze doors. The interior was vast. A marble floor stretched before him, lined on both sides by high counters behind which sat creatures. Not humans. They had long fingers and pointed ears and sharp teeth, and they looked at Harry with expressions that ranged from boredom to disdain to something that might have been curiosity. Goblins, Harry's mind supplied, pulling the word from stories he'd read in stolen moments at school. These are goblins. He was in a bank run by goblins, in a street full of wizards, after teleporting from his cupboard with a magic coin. Harry decided that confusion could wait. The pull was stronger now, guiding him toward one of the counters on the far end of the hall. He walked past witches and wizards conducting their business, ignoring the few who glanced down at him with raised eyebrows. The goblin at the counter he approached was older than the others, or at least looked it. His face was more lined, his eyes sharper, and he wore a small pair of spectacles that made him look almost professorial. Yes, the goblin said, not looking up from the parchment he was examining. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. What was he supposed to say? What had brought him here? The coin grew warm in his pocket. He pulled it out and placed it on the counter. The goblin looked up. His eyes fixed on the coin, and for the first time, his expression changed. Shock, Harry thought. Recognition. Where, the goblin said slowly, did you get that? I don't know, Harry admitted. It just appeared. And it told me to come here. The goblin's eyes moved from the coin to Harry's face. They lingered on his forehead, on the scar that Harry had learned to hide beneath his messy hair. You, the goblin said. You're Potter. It wasn't a question, and Harry didn't treat it as one. Yes. And that coin. The goblin reached out, stopped, pulled his hand back. That is a Peverell token. One of 3, forged 1,000 years ago and lost for centuries. Harry didn't know what a Peverell was. He didn't know why it mattered. But he could feel it mattering, could feel the weight of the goblin's words settling onto his shoulders like a cloak. It appeared to you, the goblin continued. Guided you here. To Gringotts. To the bank. His eyes were calculating now, running numbers that Harry couldn't follow. Do you know what that means, Potter? No. Harry was too tired for anything but honesty. I don't know what any of this means. I don't even know where I am. The goblin stared at him for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he stepped down from his elevated position behind the counter and came around to stand before Harry. He was shorter than Harry had expected, they were nearly the same height, but there was nothing diminished about him. My name is Ragnarok, the goblin said. I am a senior account manager of this institution. And you, Harry Potter, have just become very interesting. He turned and began walking toward a door at the side of the hall. After a moment, Harry followed. What else was there to do? The room Ragnarok led him to was small and comfortable in a way Harry hadn't expected. There was a fireplace, 2 chairs, and a desk covered in organized chaos. Ragnarok gestured to one of the chairs, and Harry sat, his legs dangling above the floor. Food first, Ragnarok said. You look like you haven't eaten in days. Harry opened his mouth to deny it, politeness, habit, survival, but his stomach answered for him. Loudly. Ragnarok made a sound that might have been a laugh, snapped his fingers, and a moment later a tray appeared on the desk. Bread. Cheese. Some kind of meat. A glass of something that looked like juice. Harry stared at it, waiting for the catch. In his experience, food was always conditional. Eat, Ragnarok said. This is not a transaction. Consider it, professional courtesy. Harry ate. He tried to eat slowly, politely, the way Aunt Petunia always demanded even as she served him scraps. But his body had other ideas, and soon he was tearing into the bread with an urgency he couldn't control. Ragnarok watched him with an expression Harry couldn't read. How long? The goblin asked quietly. Harry swallowed. A week. Almost. He paused, bread halfway to his mouth. How did you know? Goblins recognize hunger. Our history is full of it. Ragnarok's voice was neutral, but his eyes were not. Who starved you, Potter? And why? The question opened a door Harry usually kept locked. He didn't answer, couldn't answer, but something must have shown on his face, because Ragnarok nodded slowly. We will return to that. For now, eat. Then we will discuss the coin. Harry finished the food. Every bite. Ragnarok refilled the plate twice before Harry's stomach finally accepted that it was full. Then, feeling more human than he had in days, Harry pulled the coin from his pocket and placed it on the desk between them. The Peverell token, Ragnarok said. I mentioned it was one of 3. Do you know the story of the Peverell brothers? Harry shook his head. 1,000 years ago, 3 brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peverell, were among the most powerful wizards of their age. Legend claims they cheated death itself and received 3 gifts, a wand of unbeatable power, a stone that could summon the dead, and a cloak that could hide the wearer from death's sight. Harry thought of his dreams. 3 men by a river. Something waiting on the other side. These gifts became known as the Deathly Hallows, Ragnarok continued. But there were other artifacts, less famous. The tokens. Each brother carried one, imbued with his essence, his magic. They were meant to identify the true heirs of the Peverell line, not by blood alone, but by magical resonance. And this one found me, Harry said. This one found you. Ragnarok picked up the coin, turning it in his long fingers. The token of Ignotus, the youngest brother. The one who hid from death under his cloak and lived a full life before greeting death as an old friend. He set the coin down. The Peverells founded several noble houses before their line was thought to be extinct. The Potters descend from Ignotus through his granddaughter. Harry's mind raced. So I'm related to these brothers. You are more than related. Ragnar's eyes gleamed. Harry Potter, this token has not responded to anyone in 600 years. The Peverell Lordship has sat unclaimed because no heir possessed sufficient magical potency to activate it. Until now. Lordship. The word meant something, Harry knew it meant something, but he was too overwhelmed to process it. What does that mean? He asked. What's a lordship? In the wizarding world, certain ancient families hold titles. Lord, Lady. These titles convey legal rights, political power, and control over family assets. Most lordships pass automatically from parent to child. But some, the oldest, the most powerful, require the magic itself to choose an heir. Ragnar leaned forward. The Peverell Lordship is one of these. It has not been claimed in 6 centuries. Its vaults sit full, its properties sit empty, its seat on the Wisengamot sits unoccupied. All waiting for an heir. And, that's me. If you choose to claim it. The token's appearance suggests the magic has already made its choice. You need only accept. Harry's head was spinning. An hour ago, he'd been locked in a cupboard, starving. Now a goblin was telling him he might be the lord of an ancient magical house. What would happen if I claimed it? You would become Lord Peverell. One of the oldest titles in wizarding Britain. You would control the Peverell vaults, considerable wealth accumulated over centuries. You would hold properties across the country. You would have a voice in wizarding governance. Ragnar paused. And you would have certain, legal authorities. The Peverells were granted unique privileges in the old days. Privileges that have never been revoked. What kind of privileges? Among others, the right to determine who lives on Peverell land. The right to evict those you do not wish to have there. Harry's breath caught. Peverell land. Are there properties near where I live? Ragnar's smile showed every one of his sharp teeth. A more interesting question, do you know what land the house you live in sits upon? Harry's heart was pounding now. What land? Ragnar reached across his desk and retrieved a leather-bound book, flipping through pages covered in dense script. He found what he was looking for and turned the book to face Harry. A map. Surrey. Little whinging. And there, marked in faded ink that still seemed to glow, Peverell claim, ratified by Wizarding Council, 927 AD, number 4 Privet Drive, Ragnar said, was built on land the Peverell family claimed over 1,000 years ago. The Muggles who live there, the Dursleys, according to our records, reside there without any knowledge or permission of the magical owners. Harry stared at the map. At the tiny that represented the house where he'd been starved, beaten, locked away. If I claimed the lordship, he said slowly, I could make them leave. If you claimed the lordship, you could remove them within 30 days. Legally. Incontestably. They would have no recourse under either magical or Muggle law. The land claims predate all current legal systems and are recognized by international magical treaty. Harry looked up at Ragnar. The goblin's expression was unreadable, but there was something in his eyes that looked almost like anticipation. Why are you helping me? Harry asked. You don't know me. I'm nobody. A kid who appeared with a coin. Ragnar was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, heavier. The Peverells were unusual among wizards. In their time, wizard-goblin relations were adversarial. Wars were fought. Blood was spilled. But the Peverells treated with us as equals. They negotiated rather than demanded. They honored their agreements. He touched the coin on the desk. The last Lord Peverell signed a treaty with the Goblin Nation. A treaty that has been slowly eroded in the centuries since, as wizards forgot who their friends were. His eyes met Harry's. I help you, Harry Potter, because I remember. Because my people remember. And because a true Peverell heir, after all these centuries, might remember too. Harry thought about this. He was 5 years old, and the world was suddenly enormous and complex in ways he couldn't fully grasp. But he understood one thing, this goblin was offering him something real. Not out of kindness exactly, but out of hope. He could work with hope. I want to claim it, Harry said. The Lordship. I want to claim it. Are you certain? The claim, once made, cannot be undone. You will be Lord Peverell for life. I'm certain. Ragnarok stood. Then follow me. The ritual must be performed in the inheritance hall. The journey into the depths of Gringotts was unlike anything Harry could have imagined. They traveled by cart first, racing through tunnels lit by torches that never flickered, past underground waterfalls and caverns filled with glittering things Harry couldn't identify. Then they walked, through corridors that grew older and rougher the deeper they went. Finally, they reached a door. It was stone, massive, carved with the same symbols Harry had seen on the coin. The triangle, the circle, the line. Ragnarok placed his hand against it and spoke words in a language Harry didn't recognize. The door opened. The inheritance hall was circular, its walls lined with alcoves containing objects Harry couldn't identify. In the center was a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat a ring. It was simple, a band of some dark metal, set with a single black stone. But Harry could feel power radiating from it in waves. The Peverell Lord's ring, Ragnarok said. Worn by every lord since Ignotus himself. Place your hand upon it and state your claim. Harry approached the pedestal. The ring seemed to watch him, if that made any sense. The stone at its center was deeper than black, it seemed to contain an absence of light. He reached out. His fingers touched the metal. Ice and fire and something in between. Power surging through him, testing him, tasting him. Harry gasped, tried to pull away, but his hand was locked in place. Who claims the line of death's heir? The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the ring, from the stone, from inside Harry's own head. Harry Potter, he managed through gritted teeth. Harry Potter. Son of James, son of Charles, son of Fleamont. Blood of Ignotus, blood of Peverell, blood of those who walked with death. The power surged higher. Harry's knees buckled, but he didn't let go. Do you claim this burden? This legacy? This weight of 1,000 years? Yes, Harry gasped. Do you accept the binding? The responsibility? The covenant your ancestors made and the enemies they earned? Harry thought of his cupboard. Of hunger and darkness and years stretching ahead just like the years behind. Yes. Then claim your birthright, Lord Peverell. And may you prove worthy of the name. The ring resized around his finger. The power didn't vanish, it settled, like a fire banking itself for the night. Harry stood there, breathing hard, wearing a ring that shouldn't fit a child's hand but did. It is done, Ragnarok said. There was something like awe in his voice. You are Lord Peverell. Harry looked at his hand. At the ring that now seemed like it had always been there. What happens now? He asked. Now, Ragnarok said, we discuss your options. Your vaults. Your properties. Your tenants. He smiled again, that sharp and knowing smile. And what you would like to do about the Dursleys. They returned to Ragnarok's office, where the goblin produced document after document. Harry didn't understand most of it, property deeds, vault statements, legal codes that seemed to be written in a language designed to confuse, but he grasped the essential points. The Peverell vaults contained more gold than Harry could conceptualize. Galleons, Ragnarok called them, the wizarding currency. Enough to buy houses, businesses, small countries. The Peverell properties included a manor in Scotland, a townhouse in London, a cottage in Wales, and various parcels of land across Britain, including the tract on which Little Whinging had been built. And the Peverell Lordship granted Harry legal authority over all of it. The eviction notice, Harry said finally. For the Dursleys. How does it work? Ragnar produced a single sheet of parchment. This document, once signed by you and filed with both Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic, gives the Dursleys 30 days to vacate Peverell land. Failure to comply will result in magical enforcement. What kind of enforcement? The wards on the property will become uncomfortable for unauthorized residents. They will experience increasing unease, bad luck, minor but persistent misfortune. Nothing harmful, we operate within legal bounds, but sufficient to encourage departure. Harry looked at the document. The words swam before his eyes. Will they know it's me? That I did this? The notice will identify the Peverell estate as the owner and claimant. Whether they connect this to you specifically depends on their knowledge of magical society. Ragnar paused. Given what I understand of your relatives, I suspect they will make the connection. And that they will be unable to do anything about it. Harry picked up the quill Ragnar had provided. He thought about Uncle Vernon's hand on the side of his head. About Aunt Petunia's kitchen scissors and Dudley's taunting and years in a cupboard under the stairs. He signed the document. It is done, Ragnar said, taking the parchment. I will ensure this is filed within the hour. A team of goblin representatives will deliver the notice to the Dursleys personally. Personally? Oh yes. We take great pleasure in such deliveries. That sharp-toothed smile again. There is something satisfying about watching those who mistreat the vulnerable learn that their victims have power of their own. Harry sat back in his chair. He was exhausted, overwhelmed, and somehow more awake than he'd been in his entire life. What do I do now? He asked. I can't go back there. Even with the eviction. I can't. No, Ragnar agreed. You cannot. But you also cannot remain at Gringotts indefinitely. As a wizard, you must have a magical guardian until you reach your majority. What's a magical guardian? An adult witch or wizard who is legally responsible for your education, welfare, and decisions until you turn 17. Without one, the Ministry of Magic could appoint one for you, and there are those who would use that opportunity to place you under their influence. Harry thought of the old man Ragnar had mentioned earlier. Dumbledore. The one who had been searching for him. Who is Dumbledore? He asked. Ragnar's expression flickered. Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He is also Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, our governing body, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. He is widely considered the most powerful wizard in Britain, and one of the most powerful in the world. And he was looking for me. From what we understand, you were placed with the Dursleys on his recommendation after your parents died. He has been monitoring the property with various magical methods. When you departed, his monitoring charms alerted him. Harry's mind raced. He put me there. With them. And he was watching. So it would seem. Did he know what they were doing to me? Ragnar hesitated. I cannot say for certain. Dumbledore is a complicated figure. He has done much good and made many sacrifices in his life. But he is also a man who believes he knows what is best for others, and that certainty can lead to cruelty disguised as necessity. Harry filed this away. One more piece of a puzzle he didn't yet have the edges for. You said I need a magical guardian. How do I find one? The Potters had allies in the wizarding world. Most are dead or incapacitated. The war that killed your parents took a heavy toll. But there are some possibilities. Ragnar retrieved another document. The Black family, for instance. Your grandmother Doria was born a Black. This gives you a blood connection to their house. Are there blacks who would help me? Most of the blacks are either dead, imprisoned, or... Ragnock searched for the right word. Problematic. But there is one who might serve. Andromeda Tonks, born Andromeda Black. She was disowned by her family for marrying a Muggle-born wizard, which suggests she does not share their more extreme views. Where is she? She lives in a village called Hogsmeade, near Hogwarts. She is a trained healer, a magical doctor, essentially, and by all accounts a respectable woman. Harry considered this. A woman who had been disowned for marrying someone her family didn't approve of. Someone who had chosen love over blood. Can you arrange a meeting? Ragnock nodded. I can. But it must be done carefully. You are famous in the wizarding world, Harry, the boy who lived, they call you. Many people would like to know where you are and what you're doing. Why? Because of how my parents died. Because of how you survived. Ragnock's voice grew serious. The night your parents died, the Dark Lord Voldemort came to your house. He killed your father first, then your mother. Then he turned his wand on you, an infant, barely a year old, and cast the killing curse. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the office. The killing curse cannot be blocked or survived, Ragnock continued. In all of recorded history, no one has ever lived through it. But you did. The curse rebounded on Voldemort, destroying his body and leaving you with nothing but that scar on your forehead. Harry touched the lightning bolt scar absently. I killed him. You defeated him. Most believe he is dead, though some are not so certain. Regardless, you became a symbol, the child who ended the darkest wizard of our age. People have been celebrating your name for 4 years. They write books about you, teach children your story, toast your health on the anniversary of that night. While I was living in a cupboard. Yes. Ragnock's voice was flat. While you were living in a cupboard. They sat in silence for a moment. I want to meet Andromeda Tonks, Harry said finally. But I don't want anyone else to know. Not Dumbledore. Not the Ministry. No one. It can be arranged. Goblin magic has ways of concealing that wizard magic does not. Ragnock stood. For tonight, you will remain here in Gringotts. We have guest quarters for valued clients. Tomorrow, we will travel to meet Mrs. Tonks. Harry nodded. He was tired, bone-tired, the kind of exhaustion that went beyond physical, but his mind wouldn't stop spinning. Ragnock? Yes, Lord Peverell. The title still felt strange, but Harry was starting to understand it. Not as a weight, but as a shield. Thank you. For everything today. Ragnock inclined his head. You are welcome. But Harry, may I call you Harry? Yes. This is only the beginning. You have claimed a powerful lordship, made enemies without even meeting them, and set events in motion that cannot be undone. The road ahead will be difficult. I know, Harry said. And he did know, as much as a 5-year-old could. But it's my road now. That's what matters. Ragnock studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. Rest now, Lord Peverell. Tomorrow, we begin building your future. The guest quarters were more luxurious than anything Harry had ever experienced. A real bed with soft sheets and multiple pillows. A bathroom with running water, hot and cold. A small sitting area with comfortable chairs and a fireplace that lit itself when he entered. Harry stood in the middle of it all and felt something crack inside him. He cried. Not the silent tears he'd learned in the cupboard, the ones you could hide and deny. Real crying, the kind that shook your whole body and made sounds you couldn't control. He cried for his parents, who he couldn't remember but whose absence was a wound that never stopped bleeding. He cried for the years in the cupboard, for the meals that never came, for the locks on the door and the darkness that had become his world. He cried for the boy who had thought this was normal, who hadn't known there was anything else. And when the tears finally stopped, he felt lighter. Not healed. Not fixed. But lighter. He washed his face in the bathroom sink, looking at himself in the mirror. Thin face. Green eyes. Lightning bolt scar. The Peverell ring on his finger, somehow looking right despite everything. "I'm Lord Peverell," he said to his reflection. Testing the words. Trying to make them real. The boy in the mirror didn't look like a lord. He looked like an underfed child in clothes that were 3 sizes too big. But the ring on his finger said otherwise. And tomorrow, he would meet someone who might help him become what he needed to be. Harry climbed into the bed, his bed, at least for tonight, and pulled the covers up to his chin. The sheets smelled clean. The mattress was soft. No locks on the door. Tomorrow, he whispered to himself. Tomorrow, everything changes. He closed his eyes. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Harry Potter fell asleep without fear. Somewhere in Little Whinging, a doorbell rang. Vernon Dursley opened the door to find 3 goblins in formal attire standing on his doorstep. The largest one held an official-looking scroll. "What the bloody, Vernon Dursley?" the goblin inquired. "Yes, but, this is official notice from the Peverell estate. You have 30 days to vacate this property. Failure to comply will result in enforcement measures. Good evening." The goblin handed Vernon the scroll, turned, and walked away with his companions. They vanished before they reached the street. Vernon Dursley stood in his doorway, holding a document covered in symbols he didn't recognize, and felt the first tremor of something he hadn't experienced in a very long time. Fear. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, staring at the silver instruments that monitored Harry Potter's location and welfare. They had gone haywire that afternoon. The blood ward monitor showed the wards failing. The location tracker spun uselessly, unable to find its target. The health monitor, Dumbledore didn't want to think about what the health monitor had shown before Harry vanished. The boy was gone. Somehow, impossibly, a 5-year-old child had breached the blood wards and disappeared. "Where are you, Harry?" Dumbledore murmured. He had plans for Harry Potter. Important plans, carefully laid over 4 years of waiting. Plans that required Harry to be raised in a certain way, to develop certain traits, to become a certain kind of person. Those plans were now in jeopardy. Dumbledore reached for his flu powder. He would need to call in favors, activate contacts, begin a search. Harry Potter could not be allowed to remain lost. Too much depended on him. Deep beneath Gringotts, something stirred. It was old, older than the bank, older than the wizards, older than the goblins who had delved these tunnels 1,000 years ago. It had been bound here, in the dark and the deep, by 3 brothers who had understood what they were dealing with. The binding had held for a millennium. But bindings weakened over time. And something else had been picking at them, something that called itself Lord, though it had no right to that title. Something that had torn its own soul into pieces, not knowing what it disturbed. Now, a new lord had risen. One with the blood of the binders, the right to command, the power to, what? Maintain the binding? Or release it? The thing in the dark didn't know. But it was patient. It had waited 1,000 years. It could wait a little longer. "Sleep now, little lord," it whispered, its voice like ashes and wind. "Dream of your ancestors. Learn what they knew. And when you are ready, we will speak again." In his bed in the Gringotts guest quarters, Harry shivered in his sleep and dreamed of a river that separated the living from the dead. 3 brothers stood on the shore. And something waited on the other side. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. Harry woke to silence. For a long, disorienting moment, he didn't know where he was. The bed was too soft. The air smelled wrong, clean, without the chemical tang of Aunt Petunia's cleaning supplies. There were no footsteps overhead, no muffled sounds of a family that didn't want him. Then memory returned in a flood, the coin, the bank, the goblins, the ring. Harry sat up and looked at his hand. The Peverell ring was still there, dark metal warm against his skin. Not a dream, then. He was really here, in Gringotts, and he was really Lord Peverell. A knock at the door made him jump. Lord Peverell. A goblin voice, unfamiliar. Account Manager Ragnarok requests your presence for breakfast. He asks that you dress in the clothes provided. Harry looked around and found a set of robes laid out on a chair he hadn't noticed the night before. They were simple, dark green, well made, sized for a child, but they were the nicest things he'd ever worn. "I'll be ready soon," he called back. He washed his face, struggled with the robes until he figured out how they fastened, and examined himself in the mirror. The robes fit perfectly, somehow adjusting to his thin frame without looking ridiculous. Magic, probably. Everything was magic here. The boy in the mirror still looked small and underfed, but he looked different. More real, somehow. Like he was starting to become someone instead of just surviving. Harry touched the ring on his finger, drawing strength from its presence, and went to face his new life. Ragnarok's office had been transformed into a breakfast room. A table laden with food dominated the space: eggs, bacon, toast, pastries, fruits Harry didn't recognize, and several dishes that seemed to be moving slightly. Ragnarok sat at one end, reviewing documents while picking at a plate of something that looked like raw fish. "Good morning, Lord Peverell." Ragnarok gestured to the seat across from him. "Eat. We have much to discuss." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He filled his plate, more food than he'd have been allowed in a week at the Dursleys, and began eating with careful deliberation. Not too fast. He wasn't in the cupboard anymore. No one would take this away. Ragnarok watched him with those sharp, calculating eyes but said nothing until Harry had cleared his first plate. "You slept well. Better than I have in, ever, I think." Harry reached for more toast. The bed was very comfortable. "Good. You will need your strength today." Ragnarok set down his documents. "Before we discuss the day's business, I must inform you of developments overnight." Harry's hand froze halfway to his mouth. "Developments?" "The eviction notice was delivered to the Dursleys at precisely 7 o'clock last evening. Our representatives report that Vernon Dursley's reaction was educational. Much shouting. Several threats. An attempt to contact the local police, who of course could do nothing." Something complicated moved through Harry's chest. Satisfaction, yes, but also fear. The Dursleys knew now. They knew someone had power over them. Did they know it was me? The notice identifies the Peverell estate only. However, your uncle apparently made the connection independently. Our representatives report that he spent several hours attempting to reach your school, your former teacher, anyone who might know where you had gone. Ragnarok's smile showed teeth. He was unsuccessful. What happens now? With them? They have 30 days to vacate the property. Our representatives will return weekly to ensure compliance. If they resist. Ragnarok's smile widened. The wards have ways of encouraging departure. Harry nodded slowly. It was done. The people who had locked him in a cupboard for 5 years would soon be homeless, and there was nothing they could do about it. He should feel triumphant. Instead, he felt tired. "What about Dumbledore?" he asked. "You said he was looking for me." Ragnarok's expression shifted, becoming more guarded. "Albus Dumbledore contacted Gringotts at 9 o'clock last evening, requesting any information about unusual magical activity involving a minor. We declined to provide any, citing client confidentiality. He didn't mention me by name." "No. He was careful. But his inquiry was transparent enough." Ragnarok pushed a document across the table. "This morning, he filed a formal request with the Ministry of Magic for assistance locating a missing magical child. The request does not name you, but the description matches only one person. Harry looked at the document. It was written in the same dense legal language he'd struggled with yesterday, but he caught the key phrases: child of significant magical potential, possible danger, immediate intervention necessary. He wants to find me. He wants to control you. Ragnar's voice was flat. Dumbledore has spent 4 years ensuring that you remained with the Dursleys, isolated from the magical world. Your escape disrupts his plans. He will do whatever he can to restore the situation to his liking. What can he do? Legally? At the moment, very little. You are a lord of an ancient house. Your person is protected by laws older than the ministry itself. He cannot simply take you. Ragnar paused. However, you are also a child. Wizarding law requires that underage lords have magical guardians. If you do not secure one, Dumbledore could petition the Wizengamot to appoint one for you. And he has allies there. He has allies everywhere. The chief warlock does not hold that position without building a network of obligations and loyalties. Ragnar leaned back in his chair. This is why we must move quickly. You need a guardian before Dumbledore can maneuver against you. Harry set down his fork. The food suddenly seemed less appealing. Andromeda Tonks, he said. You mentioned her yesterday. Yes. She remains your best option. She has no connection to Dumbledore's circle, no obligations to the ministry, and no allegiance to the old pureblood factions. She is, by all accounts, a principled woman who has already proven willing to sacrifice family position for her beliefs. When can we meet her? I have sent a message through secure channels requesting a meeting this afternoon. She has not yet responded. Ragnar hesitated. I should warn you, Andromeda Tonks is wary of the wizarding world. She has spent 15 years avoiding politics and entanglements. Convincing her to take on the guardianship of the most famous child in Britain will not be easy. Harry thought about this. A woman who wanted to be left alone, asked to take responsibility for someone who would bring attention, politics, and danger. What can I offer her? He asked. Ragnar's eyebrows rose slightly. Offer? People don't do things for free. The Dursleys taught me that much. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. If I want her to help me, I need to give her a reason. What does she want? What does she need? For a long moment, Ragnar simply stared at him. Then, slowly, he began to laugh. You are a surprising child, Lord Peverell. He shook his head, still chuckling. Very well. Andromeda Tonks was disowned by the Black family. She has no access to the Black vaults, no claim to Black properties, no standing in pureblood society. Her husband is a Muggle-born wizard with modest income. They are comfortable but not wealthy. Can I help with that? The Peverell estate certainly could. But I would caution against leading with financial offers. Andromeda Tonks is proud. She would not appreciate being bought. Harry nodded, filing this away. What about her family? Does she have children? One daughter. Nymphadora Tonks, 12 years old, currently in her first year at Hogwarts. By all accounts, the girl is. Ragnar searched for the right word. Energetic. What house is she in? Hufflepuff. Harry didn't know what that meant yet, but he stored the information. Every detail might be useful. Then I'll meet with Mrs. Tonks, he said. And I'll try to show her that I'm worth helping. Not because of money. Because of who I want to be. Ragnar studied him for another long moment. You are not what I expected, Harry Potter. What did you expect? A child. Frightened, confused, overwhelmed by circumstances beyond his understanding. Ragnar's eyes were bright. Instead, I find a young lord already thinking strategically about alliances and leverage. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with the observation. The Dursleys were good teachers. Just not in the way they intended. Indeed. Ragnock stood. I have other business to attend to this morning. You have free access to the Gringotts library. It contains texts on wizarding history, law, and custom that may prove useful. A guide will show you the way. Thank you. Do not thank me yet, Lord Peverell. We are only beginning. The Gringotts library was not what Harry had expected. He'd imagined something like the small public library in Little Whinging, where he'd occasionally hidden from Dudley among dusty shelves of forgotten books. Instead, he found himself in a vast cavern, its walls lined with cases that rose beyond the reach of torchlight, filled with books and scrolls and tablets of stone. The accumulated knowledge of goblin-wizard relations, his guide, a young goblin named Griphook, explained. Treaties, trade agreements, legal precedents, histories. Some of these documents are older than Hogwarts itself. Harry walked slowly between the cases, running his fingers along spines. He couldn't read most of the titles, they were in languages he didn't recognize, but he could feel something from them. A weight of years. A sense of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Can you recommend something? He asked Griphook. About the Peverells. About what I've inherited. Griphook considered this, then led Harry to a smaller section near the library's entrance. These are the texts most accessible to young readers. They cover basic wizarding history and customs. For Peverell-specific information. He retrieved a slim volume bound in dark leather. This is the Peverell Codex. It was written by Ignotus Peverell himself, near the end of his life. It has been kept here since his grandson deposited it 300 years ago. Harry took the book carefully. It was smaller than he'd expected, fitting easily in his hands. The cover was unmarked except for the same symbol he'd seen on the coin and the ring, a triangle, a circle, a line. Thank you, he said. Griphook inclined his head. I will return in 3 hours. Account Manager Ragnock wishes to begin preparations for your meeting with Mrs. Tonks. After the goblin left, Harry found a quiet corner and opened the Peverell Codex. The writing inside was cramped and old-fashioned, but readable. It began without preamble, I am Ignotus Peverell, the last of my brothers, and I write this account so that those who come after might understand what we did and why. My brothers and I were born in an age of darkness. Magic was wild then, untamed, and those who could wield it were as likely to be monsters as men. The dead did not always stay dead. Things lived in shadows that had never been human. And beneath it all, something waited, something hungry, something patient, something that had learned to feed on the fear of mortals. We called it many names. The Covenant. The Ash Lords. The Hunger Beyond. But its true nature was simpler, it was everything that refused to accept death's dominion. Spirits that would not pass on. Souls that chose to linger. Echoes of malice too stubborn to fade. They gathered, over centuries. They learned to work together, to combine their hunger into something greater. And by the time my brothers and I came of age, they had grown strong enough to threaten the world of the living. Harry read on, transfixed. The story unfolded across cramped pages, 3 brothers who had studied magic that others feared to touch, who had learned to walk between worlds, who had finally confronted the Covenant at a river that marked the boundary between life and death. We could not destroy them. They were too many, too strong, too woven into the fabric of existence itself. What is a ghost but a refusal to die? What is malice but the echo of pain that will not heal? The Covenant was built from humanity's darkest moments, and humanity would always produce more. So instead, we bound them. Antioch forged a wand from the wood of a tree that had grown where the river met the shore, a tree that existed in both worlds simultaneously. With it, he could command death itself, forcing the Covenant's servants to bow. Cadmus shaped a stone from the riverbed, a stone that had been polished by the waters of death for millennia. Through it, he could speak to the dead, could bargain with spirits, could draw the Covenant's leaders into conversations that became chains. And I wove a cloak from my own shadow and the shadows of the dead, a garment that could hide the wearer from death's sight, and from the Covenant's hunger. Together, we worked the greatest binding our world has ever seen. We took the Covenant, all of it, every hungry spirit and malicious echo, and we wrapped it in chains of magic and will. We anchored those chains in 3 places, the wand, the stone, and the cloak. And we sealed the binding with our own blood, our own names, our own souls. The Covenant was not destroyed. It could not be. But it was contained, locked away from the world it wished to devour. For now. Harry turned the page with trembling fingers. The binding will not hold forever. We knew this from the beginning. Our blood, our names, our souls, these things will fade over generations. The anchors will weaken. The chains will stretch. One day, someone will have to face the Covenant again. One day, a Peverell heir will have to choose, renew the binding, with all that entails, or find another way. I do not know what that heir will face. I do not know what the Covenant will become, after centuries of rage and hunger in the dark. I know only this, the power to bind it came from us, and the power to bind it again, or destroy it, or release it, will come from our blood. If you are reading this, you are that heir. The token has chosen you. The ring has accepted you. You carry the weight of 1,000 years on your shoulders. I am sorry. I wish we could have done more. I wish we could have ended it. All we could do was buy time. Use it well. Harry closed the book. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, exactly, though fear was certainly part of it. More from the sudden, crushing weight of understanding. He wasn't just Lord Peverell. He wasn't just a child who had escaped his cupboard and claimed a fancy title. He was the heir to a war that had been fought 1,000 years ago. A war that wasn't over, only postponed. And somewhere in the dark, something was waiting for him. Ragnarok found him still sitting in the library corner, the codex clutched to his chest. You have read it, the goblin observed. Good. You knew. Harry's voice was hoarse. You knew what I was inheriting. The Covenant. The binding. You knew. I knew. Ragnarok sat down across from him, unconcerned by Harry's accusation. Did you think the Peverell Lordship was simply wealth and political power? Did you think an ancient house remained unclaimed for 6 centuries because no one wanted it? You should have told me. And if I had? If I had explained, before you claimed the ring, that you would be inheriting responsibility for containing an existential threat? Would you have chosen differently? Harry opened his mouth to say yes. But the word wouldn't come. Because what had his alternative been? Return to the cupboard? Wait for Uncle Vernon's fists? Hope that someone, someday, would notice a forgotten child and care enough to help? No, he admitted finally. I would have done it anyway. I know. Ragnarok's voice softened slightly. That is why I did not tell you. Some choices must be made freely, without full knowledge. If you had known everything and chosen anyway, you would always wonder if you were brave or simply desperate. This way, you know the truth, you chose survival. You chose power. The responsibility that came with it, that you will learn to shoulder in time. Harry thought about this. It made a certain terrible sense. The Covenant, he said. Is it still bound? Is it still contained? For now. The binding has weakened over centuries, but it holds. However. Ragnarok hesitated. There are factors that have accelerated its decay. What factors? That is a longer conversation, and one we do not have time for today. Suffice to say, the Covenant is not an immediate threat. You have years, perhaps decades, before the binding fails entirely. Time to learn, to grow, to prepare. But it will fail. Everything fails eventually, Lord Peverell. The question is what you do before it does. Harry looked down at the codex. At the symbol on its cover, triangle, circle, line, that now felt less like a decoration and more like a promise. I want to know everything, he said. About the Peverells. About the Covenant. About what I'm supposed to do. And you will learn. But not today. Ragnarok stood. Today, you meet Andromeda Tonks. Today, you secure a guardian. The ancient threats can wait. The immediate ones cannot. He extended a hand. Harry took it and let the goblin pull him to his feet. One more thing, Ragnarok said as they walked toward the library's exit. Andromeda Tonks has responded to our message. She has agreed to meet you. Where? Here, in Gringotts. She arrives in 2 hours. Ragnarok glanced at Harry's robes, at the codex still clutched in his hands. I suggest you prepare yourself. First impressions matter, Lord Peverell. Harry nodded, straightening his spine despite his exhaustion. First impressions mattered. And he needed to make a very good one. Andromeda Tonks was not what Harry had expected. He'd imagined someone severe, maybe. Someone cold, shaped by her pureblood upbringing into hard edges and sharp eyes. Instead, the woman who entered Ragnarok's office was warm and graceful, with dark hair shot through with gray and a face that seemed designed for smiling. But she wasn't smiling now. Her eyes swept over Harry with quick intelligence, taking in every detail, the expensive robes that hung on his thin frame, the dark circles under his eyes, the way he held himself like someone expecting a blow. Lord Peverell, she said, her voice carefully neutral. I confess, when the goblins contacted me about a meeting, I did not expect this. Neither did I, ma'am. Harry stood as straight as he could. Thank you for coming. Andromeda's lips twitched. Polite. That's something. She glanced at Ragnarok. Might I speak with the boy alone? Lord Peverell. Ragnarok deferred to Harry. Harry considered. Andromeda Tonks was a stranger, and strangers had rarely been kind to him. But something in her eyes, a watchfulness that seemed more protective than predatory, made him want to trust her. That's fine, he said. Thank you, Ragnarok. The goblin inclined his head and departed, closing the door behind him. Andromeda took the chair across from Harry's, smoothing her robes as she sat. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. You're smaller than I expected, she said finally. The stories make you sound larger than life. The boy who lived. The vanquisher of he who must not be named. But you're just a child. I'm 5, Harry said. He didn't know how else to respond. 5. Something flickered across Andromeda's face, anger, Harry thought, though not directed at him. And the Peverell Lordship. How did that happen? Harry told her. The coin. The hunger. The desperate wish that had carried him from his cupboard to Gringotts. He didn't dramatize or ask for pity, he simply laid out the facts. Andromeda listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was silent for several long breaths. The Dursleys, she said. Dumbledore placed you with them. That's what Ragnarok says. And no one checked on you. In 4 years? Harry shrugged. A woman named Mrs. Fig sometimes watched me. I don't think she knew about the cupboard. Mrs. Fig. Andromeda's jaw tightened. Arabella Fig. A squib, a person born to magical parents but without magic herself. She's one of Dumbledore's people. So she did know. About magic? She knew. Whether she knew about your treatment. Andromeda trailed off, her expression darkening. Dumbledore has much to answer for. Harry didn't disagree, but he also didn't want to dwell on it. The past was past. What mattered was what came next. Mrs. Tonks, he said, I know why you're here. Ragnarok explained that I need a magical guardian. He explained that you might be willing to serve in that role. Might is doing a lot of work in that sentence. I know. Harry met her eyes, trying to project a confidence he didn't fully feel. You don't know me. You have no reason to help me. Taking me in would mean attention you don't want, politics you've avoided, and danger you've escaped. I understand why you might say no. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. But I'm asking anyway. Because I don't have many options. Because Ragnarok says you're someone who can be trusted. And because. Harry hesitated, then pushed forward. Because you know what it's like to be cast out of your family. To have to build something new. The room went very quiet. Who told you that? Andromeda's voice was soft, but there was steel beneath it. Ragnarok. He said you were disowned for marrying someone your family didn't approve of. That you chose love over blood. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. When she spoke again, her voice was rougher. I did. I was 17 when I met Ted. A muggle born in Hufflepuff, of all things, my family's worst nightmare. We fell in love during our 7th year. When I told my parents I intended to marry him, they gave me a choice, renounce him or be disowned. And you chose him. I chose myself. Andromeda's eyes were bright. The family I was born into wanted me to be a weapon. A prize. A tool for their pure-blood politics. Ted saw me as a person. I chose the life where I got to be a person. Harry nodded slowly. He understood that. Maybe better than she realized. That's what I want, he said. To be a person. Not the boy who lived. Not anyone's tool or weapon. Just, someone who gets to make his own choices. And you think I can help with that? I think you understand what it takes. They sat in silence for several long moments. Harry watched Andromeda's face, trying to read her thoughts, but she was better at hiding than he was at seeking. Finally, she spoke. I have a daughter. Nymphadora. She's 12, just started Hogwarts. If I take you in, you become part of our family. Her family. Are you prepared for that? I've never had a family, Harry said quietly. I don't know what being prepared for it looks like. Something softened in Andromeda's expression. No. I don't suppose you do. She rose from her chair and walked to the window. There was no actual view, this deep in Gringotts, but a magical image showed a mountain landscape. For a long time, she stared at those false peaks. I left the magical world to escape politics, she said. To protect my family from the machinations of people like my sisters, like the purebloods, like Dumbledore himself. Taking you in means diving back into all of it. I know. It means making enemies. The people who want to control you won't be happy that I've gotten in their way. I know. And it means. She turned to face him. It means caring about you. Not just as a legal responsibility, but as a child in my home. Someone I would have to protect, nurture, love. Can you accept that? From a stranger? Harry's throat tightened. He thought about the cupboard. The darkness. The hunger. And he thought about the night before, crying in a real bed in a room without locks. I don't know how to accept it, he admitted. I've never had it before. But I'd like to learn. Andromeda crossed the room and knelt before his chair, bringing herself to his eye level. This close, Harry could see the fine lines around her eyes, the silver threading through her hair, the careful way she held herself like she was trying not to startle a wild animal. Then I'll teach you, she said. If you'll let me. Harry felt something break inside him. Not painfully, like yesterday's tears. More like a wall crumbling, a door opening. Yes, he said. Please. Andromeda pulled him into a hug. It was the first time, in Harry's memory, that anyone had held him with kindness. He didn't know how to respond, how to position his arms, whether to squeeze back or stay still. But Andromeda didn't seem to mind his awkwardness. She just held him, and let him figure it out. The paperwork took hours. Ragnarok, unsurprised by Andromeda's decision, produced stacks of documents covering everything from guardianship agreements to property transfers to contingency plans. Harry signed where indicated, understanding perhaps a quarter of what he was agreeing to but trusting Ragnarok's explanations. Andromeda signed her own documents, her quill moving with practiced efficiency. "You've done this before," she observed to Ragnarok. "Gringotts has managed many such arrangements over the centuries. Though few with such prominent clients. The prophet will go mad when they find out." "They will not find out." Ragnarok's smile was sharp. "Client confidentiality extends to all aspects of our relationships. No one will learn of Lord Peverell's whereabouts through us. Someone will find out eventually." "Eventually, yes. But by then, Lord Peverell will be established. He will have allies, resources, defenses. He will not be a vulnerable child easily manipulated." Andromeda glanced at Harry, who was struggling through another lengthy document. "He's already not that vulnerable, is he? A 5-year-old who claimed an ancient lordship, evicted his abusers, and negotiated for a guardian. Most adults couldn't manage that. Lord Peverell is exceptional." Ragnarok's voice was carefully neutral. "That's one word for it." Harry looked up from his document. "I can hear you talking about me." "Good. It means your ears work." Andromeda's smile took any sting from the words. "We're almost done here. Then we'll go home." Home. The word felt strange in Harry's mouth. He'd never had a home, just a cupboard, and before that, nothing he could remember. "Where is home?" he asked. "A village called Hogsmeade. It's the only fully magical settlement in Britain, no muggles at all. Very quiet, very peaceful. Our house is near the edge of town, with a garden that I've entirely failed to maintain and a shed that my husband uses for his experiments." "Experiments?" Ted's a bit of an inventor. Muggle technology fascinated him even before he knew he was magical. Now he tries to combine the two, make magical devices that work like Muggle ones, and vice versa. Most of his inventions explode. That sounds dangerous. It's mostly just loud. And occasionally smelly. Andromeda finished signing her last document and set down her quill. "There. That should satisfy even goblin bureaucracy." Ragnarok collected the papers with obvious satisfaction. "Everything is in order. Lord Peverell, you are now officially under the guardianship of Andromeda Tonks. This has been registered with Gringotts and will be filed with the Ministry within the hour." "Won't Dumbledore try to stop it?" Harry asked. "He can try. But the filing is through goblin channels, which means it must be processed before it can be contested. By the time Dumbledore learns of it, the guardianship will be legally established. Challenging it would require a full Wisengamot hearing, and he would need grounds. What grounds could he claim? That Andromeda is unfit. That you were coerced. That the arrangement violates some obscure statute." Ragnarok shrugged. "He will find something. But it will take time, and time is what you need." Harry nodded. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it was a start. "One more thing," Ragnarok said, producing a small box from his desk. "A gift, Lord Peverell, from the Gringotts nation. In recognition of the Peverell Goblin Treaty and in hopes of future cooperation." Harry opened the box. Inside was a medallion on a silver chain, a small version of the Peverell symbol, the triangle and circle and line, rendered in dark metal that matched his ring. "This is a port key," Ragnarok explained. "Speak the word sanctuary, and it will bring you instantly to a secure room within Gringotts. If you are ever in danger, it will provide escape." "Thank you." Harry slipped the chain over his head, tucking the medallion beneath his robes. "For everything. Thank me when you survive long enough to renew our alliance properly, Lord Peverell." But Ragnarok's tone was warm despite the dark words. "Now go. Your new family awaits." Travel by flow was not what Harry had expected. Andromeda had explained the basics: step into the fireplace, speak your destination clearly, keep your elbows tucked, but nothing prepared him for the reality of spinning through a network of green flames, glimpses of other fireplaces flashing past, his stomach left somewhere far behind. He stumbled out of the fireplace at the other end, covered in soot and thoroughly disoriented. "That was horrible," he announced. "It gets easier." Andromeda stepped out gracefully behind him, not a speck of ash on her robes. "Most magical children learn to flow before they can walk. You'll adapt." Harry looked around, taking in his new home. The room was a sitting area, comfortable and lived in. Mismatched furniture clustered around a fireplace that was already returning to normal flames. Books lined the walls, not with the intimidating organization of the Gringotts library, but with the cheerful chaos of things read and loved and kept close. A cat lay on the windowsill, eyeing Harry with the particular disdain cats reserve for newcomers. "Ted." Andromeda called. "I'm home. And I've brought someone." A crash from somewhere deeper in the house, followed by muffled swearing. Then a man appeared in the doorway, middle-aged, a bit round, with thinning hair and smudges of something green on his face. "Andy." Good. I was just working on," he stopped, noticing Harry. "Oh. We have a guest." "Not a guest." Andromeda put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Ted, this is Harry Potter. He'll be staying with us." Ted Tonks blinked. Then blinked again. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter? Boy who lived Harry Potter? The same. Right. Ted stared at Harry with open amazement, then seemed to remember his manners. "Well. Welcome, then. I'm Ted. Andromeda's husband. Obviously. Sorry about the..." He gestured at his face. "Experiment went a bit sideways." "That happens a lot," Andromeda said dryly. "Go clean up. We'll need to discuss arrangements." Ted nodded, still staring at Harry, and wandered back the way he'd come. A moment later, another crash echoed through the house. "He's a bit scattered," Andromeda said, "but his heart is good. You'll like him." Harry wasn't sure about that. He'd never liked an adult before, but he was willing to try. "Where will I sleep?" he asked. "We have a guest room that will be yours. It's small, but it has a real bed and a window and a door that locks only from the inside." She said that last part pointedly, as if she knew about the cupboard's locks. Maybe she did. Maybe Ragnarok had told her. "That sounds good," Harry said. "Tomorrow, we'll go into the village, get you proper clothes, supplies. You'll need books, your education has been severely neglected, and we have years to make up." Andromeda guided him toward the stairs. "For now, rest. Explore if you like. The house is yours. The house is yours." Such a simple phrase. Such an impossible gift. Harry climbed the stairs to his new room and found it exactly as Andromeda had described, small, simple, with a bed beneath a window that looked out over a garden full of plants he didn't recognize. He sat on the bed, testing it, half expecting it to disappear, and looked around at the walls that would be his, the floor that would be his, the door that locked from the inside. He was still sitting there, taking it all in, when someone knocked. "It's not locked," Harry said, surprised by the words even as they left his mouth. The door opened to reveal a girl. She was older than Harry, 12, he remembered Andromeda saying, with a face that was currently shaped into an expression of intense curiosity. Her hair was bright pink, which Harry was fairly certain wasn't a natural color. "You're Harry Potter," the girl said. "Yes. Mom just sent me a message through the flu. Said she's bringing home a ward. Said it's complicated." The girl walked into the room without invitation, examining Harry like he was a particularly interesting specimen. "She didn't mention you were tiny." "I'm 5. I know. But I expected more, I don't know, presents. You're the boy who lived. You defeated you-know-who. You should be taller. Harry didn't know how to respond to this. Fortunately, the girl didn't seem to need a response. I'm Nymphadora, she said, but if you call me that, I'll hex you. Call me Tonks. Everyone does. Tonks, Harry repeated. Okay. Mum says you're staying with us. Like, permanently. That you're going to be part of our family. That's what the paperwork said. Ha. Tonks flopped onto the end of his bed without asking, her pink hair shifting to purple as she settled. So you're like my brother now? Harry thought about this. He'd never had a brother. He'd never had anyone. I guess so, he said. Cool. Tonks grinned at him, a wide, genuine expression that transformed her whole face. I always wanted a sibling. Someone to share the pain of Mum's cooking. Is her cooking bad? Terrible. She can do magic that would make Dumbledore jealous, but she cannot for the life of her make a proper roast. Tonks's hair cycled through several colors as she talked, blue, green, orange. Dad's better, but he gets distracted. Last week he forgot about dinner and we found him in the shed trying to make a toaster that also peels potatoes. Did it work? It exploded. They usually do. Harry felt something strange happening to his face. It took him a moment to realize he was smiling. I've never had a family, he said. Well, now you've got one. And we're weird, but we're good weird. Tonks bounced to her feet. Come on. I'll show you the rest of the house. There's a garden gnome that Dad's convinced is planning something, and a room that sometimes isn't where you left it, and a clock that tells you when people are lying instead of telling time. Why would anyone want that? Mum says it's useful for politicians. I think it just makes dinner parties awkward. Tonks grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him toward the door. Come on, come on. Welcome to the family, Harry Potter. Harry let himself be dragged into his new life. That night, Harry lay in his new bed and listened to the sounds of the house. Footsteps above him, Tonks, probably, moving around her room. Muffled conversation from downstairs, Andromeda and Ted, discussing something that occasionally made one of them laugh. The creak of old wood settling. The soft sound of wind in the garden. Normal sounds. Family sounds. Sounds he'd never heard from inside a cupboard. He didn't know how to process what had happened. In 2 days, he'd gone from starving in the dark to lying in a real bed in a real home with real people who seemed to actually want him there. It felt like a dream. It felt like it couldn't possibly last. But the ring on his finger was real. The medallion against his chest was real. And Tonks's laughter, when she'd shown him the definitely plotting garden gnome, had been real. I'm Lord Peverell, he thought. I have a family. I have a future. Then, unbidden, I have enemies. I have responsibilities. I have a war waiting for me in the dark. He pushed that thought away. Not tonight. Tonight, he would just be a boy in a bed, in a house where people wanted him. Tomorrow, he could worry about everything else. The next morning, everything changed again. Harry woke to shouting. He was out of bed before he fully understood what was happening, moving on instincts honed by years of anticipating Uncle Vernon's moods. But the shouting wasn't angry, it was excited. And it was coming from downstairs. He crept to the top of the stairs and listened. Absolutely insufferable, sending ministry officials to my door at 7 in the morning, that was Andromeda, her voice sharp with fury. Did they say why? Ted, calmer but worried. Some nonsense about ensuring the welfare of the magical world's most important child. As if we're kidnappers. As if I'm not perfectly capable of. A knock at the door cut her off. Harry watched from the shadows of the upper hallway as Andromeda opened the door. 2 figures stood on the doorstep, a man in official-looking robes and, behind him, an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore. Harry recognized him immediately, though he'd never seen the man before. The silver beard, the spectacles, the robes covered in stars, he looked exactly like the pictures in the books he'd glimpsed in the Gringotts library. Mrs. Tonks. Dumbledore's voice was gentle, grandfatherly, but Harry could see the steel beneath it. I apologize for the early hour. Might we come in? You might not. Andromeda's voice was ice. This is my home, Dumbledore. You have no authority here. I have no desire for authority. Only concern for young Harry's welfare. Those twinkling eyes scanned the hallway behind Andromeda. I'm told he's here. I would very much like to speak with him. Speak with him? After what you did? You left a child with those people for 4 years, a necessary precaution. The blood wards mean nothing if the child dies of neglect. Andromeda's composure cracked, revealing white-hot anger beneath. He was living in a cupboard, Dumbledore. A cupboard. Starved, beaten, forgotten. Is that your idea of protection? Silence. Harry watched Dumbledore's expression, watched the way it flickered, just for a moment, with something that might have been genuine surprise. I was not aware of the extent of his treatment, Dumbledore said slowly. My sources indicated, your sources lied. Or you heard what you wanted to hear. Andromeda's hand was on the door, ready to slam it. Either way, Harry is under my guardianship now. Legally established through Gringotts. If you want to challenge it, take it to the Wizengamot. But you will not set foot in my home. Mrs. Tonks, that's Lady Tonks to you, Dumbledore. Or had you forgotten that I was born a black? Another flicker across Dumbledore's face. He hadn't forgotten, he just hadn't expected her to use it. Lady Tonks, he amended. I understand your anger. Truly. But there are matters at play here that go beyond, Harry. Everyone froze. Harry, who had started down the stairs without consciously deciding to, froze with them. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was warm now, welcoming. I'm so glad to see you safe. May I speak with you? Harry considered the old man before him. The gentle eyes, the grandfather's smile, the hand extended in apparent friendship. He thought about the cupboard. About the locks. About 4 years of being forgotten while this man watched from afar. No, he said. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but something shifted in his eyes. No. You put me there. Harry's voice was steady, surprising even himself. With the Dursleys. You knew what they were, and you put me there anyway. Why? The blood wards, Harry. Your mother's sacrifice protected me from Voldemort. Not from them. Harry had read about this in the Gringotts library, in one of the many books about his own history. The wards kept out magical threats. They didn't care what happened inside the house. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was heavier. You're right, he said. The wards protected you from external magical threats. They could not protect you from internal difficulties. I believed, I hoped, that your relatives would treat you as family. You hoped. Harry felt anger building in his chest. You hoped, and you didn't check. You didn't look. You just assumed, and I was the one who paid for it. Harry, I'm Lord Peverell now. The goblins told me that means I have rights. That I can't be forced to go anywhere, or do anything, or accept guardianship from anyone I don't choose. Harry drew himself up to his full, if unimpressive, height. I choose Andromeda Tonks. Not you. Never you. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Harry couldn't read his expression, there were too many things happening behind those ancient eyes. Very well, he said finally. I will not force the issue. But Harry, Lord Peverell, there are dangers you don't yet understand. Threats that go beyond the Dursleys, beyond politics, beyond anything you've faced so far. I know about the Covenant. That got a reaction. Dumbledore's eyes widened, his composure cracking for the first time. The Peverell Codex, Harry continued. I've read it. I know what my ancestors did. I know what's waiting in the dark. Then you understand why I understand that you think you know what's best for everyone. That you believe the ends justify the means. Harry's voice was quiet but fierce. But you were wrong about me. You were wrong about the Dursleys. Maybe you're wrong about other things too. Dumbledore was silent. I'll learn what I need to learn, Harry said. I'll prepare for what's coming. But I'll do it my way, with people I trust. Not yours. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Dumbledore inclined his head, a small bow, almost respectful. Very well, Lord Peverell. I hope that trust will prove deserved. He turned to go, then paused. When you are ready, if you have questions. I have resources. Knowledge. I would share them, if you asked. I'll think about it. That's all I can ask. He swept away, the ministry official hurrying after him. Andromeda closed the door with deliberate care. Then she turned to Harry, and her expression was something he'd never seen directed at him before. Pride. Well done, she said softly. That was very well done. Harry felt his legs trembling, the aftermath of confrontation, of standing up to someone so much more powerful than himself. But he kept his voice steady. He'll be back. Oh, certainly. Dumbledore doesn't give up easily. Andromeda's smile was sharp. But he'll think twice before underestimating you again. Harry nodded. It wasn't a victory, not really. Just a postponement. But for now, it was enough. The days that followed settled into something Harry had never experienced, routine. Mornings were for lessons. Andromeda was a demanding teacher, she expected Harry to work, to think, to push himself, but she was also patient in ways no adult had ever been with him. When he didn't understand something, she explained it differently. When he got frustrated, she let him take breaks. When he succeeded, she praised him with genuine warmth. He learned about magic, first. The basics that wizarding children absorbed from their parents without even realizing, how magic worked, why wands mattered, what the different branches of magical study were. He learned that he was what they called a prodigy, his magical core was unusually strong for his age, probably boosted by whatever had happened the night Voldemort died. He learned about history, too. The rise and fall of Dark Lords, the formation of the Ministry, the complicated relationships between magical beings. He learned about the Hogwarts houses and their founders, about the Wizarding Wars, about his own parents and how they'd lived and died. And he learned about politics. This was Andromeda's specialty, she'd been raised in a black family, trained from childhood in the art of manipulation and influence. She taught Harry to read between lines, to hear what people weren't saying, to understand the motivations beneath the masks. Politics is not about power, she told him. It's about leverage. Understanding what people want and finding ways to provide it, or threaten it. The most powerful person in a room is rarely the one with the biggest title. What do people want from me? Harry asked. Everything. Andromeda's voice was matter-of-fact. You're the boy who lived. You're Lord Peverell. You're the last heir of an ancient house with connections to powers most wizards have forgotten. Everyone wants a piece of you, Harry. Your job is to make sure they get only what you choose to give. Afternoons were for other things. Ted taught him Muggle skills, reading, writing, basic mathematics, the things he'd only half learned at the Dursleys' school. He was behind, but not as far as he'd feared. And Ted made it fun, turning lessons into puzzles and games. Tonks, when she was home from Hogwarts on weekends, taught him how to relax. She dragged him through the garden, introduced him to every creature and plant, made him laugh at stories about her classmates and professors. She treated him like a brother, teasing, protective, occasionally annoying in the way only siblings could be. Harry learned to accept hugs without flinching. He learned to ask for seconds at dinner without expecting refusal. He learned to laugh, to play, to exist without waiting for punishment. It wasn't perfect. He still had nightmares. He still sometimes froze when someone moved too quickly or spoke too loudly. The scars, physical and otherwise, from 5 years in a cupboard didn't heal in weeks. But they were healing. Slowly, imperfectly, but genuinely. And beneath it all, Harry studied the Peverell Codex. Every night, after everyone else was asleep, he read by wandlight, a simple spell Andromeda had taught him. He read about his ancestors, about their power and their pride and their fear. He read about the Covenant, what little Ignotus had written, and tried to understand what he would someday face. The binding was weakening. The Codex was clear about that. Every generation that passed without a Peverell Lord diluted the magic. Every decade the Hallows spent separated from each other loosened the chains. And something else was accelerating the decay. Ignotus hadn't known what it would be. He'd written about possibilities, about potential threats, about ways the binding might be attacked. But he'd also written about the signs, strange disappearances, spirits growing restless, the veil between life and death growing thin. Harry watched the newspapers, now. Andromeda subscribed to the Daily Prophet, and Harry read every issue. He looked for signs. He found them. A village in Scotland, reporting strange lights in the graveyard. A family in Wales, claiming their dead grandmother had visited them. An Auror in London, found dead with no cause, her face frozen in an expression of absolute terror. Isolated incidents. Easily dismissed. But Harry saw the pattern. The Covenant was waking. 3 months into Harry's new life, Andromeda called a family meeting. They gathered in the sitting room, Harry, Andromeda, Ted, and Tonks, who had come home for the Easter holidays. The mood was serious, though Ted kept trying to lighten it with bad jokes. "I've received word from several sources," Andromeda began. "There are movements in the magical world. People are taking notice of Harry's emergence." "What kind of people?" Harry asked. "All kinds. Some are merely curious, the boy who lived, hiding away for years, suddenly appearing as Lord Peverell. It's the kind of story that captures imagination." Andromeda paused. "Others have more specific interests." "Death Eaters?" Tonks asked, her hair shifting to a serious shade of gray. "Former Death Eaters, mostly. Many were acquitted after the war, claiming they'd been under the Imperius curse. They've kept quiet for years, rebuilding their lives, their fortunes, their networks." Andromeda's expression darkened. "Harry's appearance threatens their careful détente. He represents uncertainty." "Why would they care about me?" Harry asked. "Voldemort's gone. I'm just a child. You're the child who defeated their master. Some of them blame you for the loss of everything they'd worked for. Others see you as a symbol of what might come again, a rallying point for those who oppose them." Andromeda met his eyes. "And some, I suspect, see an opportunity. A powerful child, vulnerable and alone, might be shaped to their purposes if they could get close enough." Harry thought about Lucius Malfoy, the name Ragnarok had mentioned, the man who had sent polite inquiries through official channels. Andromeda had rebuffed them all, but the inquiries had continued. "What should I do?" "For now. Continue as you are. Learn. Grow. Build your strength." Andromeda leaned forward. "But there's something else. I've been thinking about your education, your magical education, I mean. You're progressing well with theory, but you need practice. Real practice, with qualified instructors." "Not Hogwarts," Harry said immediately. "Not Hogwarts. At least, not yet. Dumbledore controls that institution, and I won't send you there until you're ready to face him on more equal terms. Andromeda smiled slightly. But there are other options. Private tutors. International schools. Unusual arrangements for unusual children. What kind of arrangements? There's a wizard I knew during the war. An old friend of the family, one of the few who didn't disown me. He specializes in teaching gifted children, ones who don't fit the standard mold. Andromeda hesitated. His methods are unorthodox, and his politics are complicated. But he's brilliant, and he owes me a favor. Who is he? Andromeda was quiet for a moment. His name is Alastair Moody. They call him Mad-Eye. Mad-Eye Moody was not what Harry expected. He arrived the following week, stumping up the garden path on a wooden leg, his face scarred and weathered, one eye normal and one, huge, electric blue, spinning independently, that seemed to look everywhere at once. Andromeda. His voice was a growl. You said you had a student for me. You didn't say it was the bloody Potter boy. Would you have come if I had? Moody considered this, his magical eye swiveling to fix on Harry. Probably. Curiosity would have gotten me. He stumped closer, looming over Harry. Let me get a look at you, boy. Harry stood his ground. He'd faced Dumbledore. He could face a scarred wizard with a peculiar eye. Moody studied him for a long moment. Both eyes, the normal one and the magical one, seemed to pierce straight through him. You've got the look, Moody said finally. Seen some things, haven't you? Done some things you're not proud of. Survived when you shouldn't have. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. Good. Soft children make dead adults. Moody turned to Andromeda. What, everything? Defense. Offense. How to recognize threats. How to survive. That's a lot. He's a lot. Andromeda put a hand on Harry's shoulder. This isn't just about me wanting him protected. He needs to know how to protect himself. For what's coming. Moody's magical eye spun again, focusing somewhere distant. I've heard rumors. Strange things moving in the shadows. Old threats stirring. His gaze snapped back to Harry. The Peverell boy, tied up in all of it. That's what you're preparing him for? Yes. Moody was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, sharp. I'll train him. But we do it my way. No coddling. No breaks. If he can't handle it, I stop. He can handle it, Andromeda said. Moody looked at Harry again. Can you, boy? This won't be easy. I'll push you harder than anyone's ever pushed you. I'll make you face things you don't want to face. And at the end of it, you'll either be someone who can survive what's coming, or you'll break. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the Covenant. About the future rushing toward him like a storm. I won't break, he said. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. We'll see about that. Training with Moody began the next day. The first lesson was simple. Moody attacked him without warning. Harry had barely stepped outside when a spell hit him in the chest, knocking him flat. By the time he'd recovered enough to sit up, Moody was standing over him, wand pointed at his face. You're dead, Moody said flatly. Constant vigilance, boy. Always be ready. Never assume you're safe. That wasn't fair, Harry gasped. Fair. Fair. Moody's voice rose to a roar. You think dark wizards fight fair? You think the things in the dark give you a warning before they strike? There's no fair, boy. There's only ready and not ready. And you, he jabbed his wand at Harry's chest, were not ready. Harry pushed himself to his feet, anger replacing shock. Then teach me to be ready. Moody studied him for a moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. That's the right attitude. Hold on to it. The lessons that followed were brutal. Moody taught Harry to dodge, to shield, to sense attacks before they came. He taught him to move through space without making sound, to hide in shadows, to watch for threats even when everything seemed calm. He also taught him to hurt. You're going to face enemies who want you dead, Moody explained, demonstrating a curse that made the practice dummy's arm bend the wrong way. You need to be able to stop them. Not just block their attacks, stop them. Permanently, if necessary. You mean kill them? I mean survive. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. Killing is a last resort. But if it comes to that, you need to be willing. Hesitation gets you dead. Mercy gets you dead. Understanding that is the first step to staying alive. Harry thought about this for a long time afterward. He didn't want to kill anyone. The very idea made something in him recoil. But if it was his life or theirs, if it was Andromeda's life, or Tonks's, or Ted's, he'd do what he had to do. Summer came, bringing heat and long days and Tonks home from Hogwarts for good. She was different now, not in obvious ways, but in subtle ones. She stood straighter. She laughed just as easily, but there was something behind her eyes that hadn't been there before. She was preparing, Harry realized, for the same future he was. Mum told me, Tonks said one evening, finding Harry in the garden after a particularly brutal session with Moody. About the Covenant. About what you're going to face. Harry nodded. He hadn't talked to her about it directly, but he'd known she would find out eventually. I'm going to be an Auror, Tonks continued. That's what I decided. I'm going to learn to fight dark wizards, to protect people. And when you need help, when it comes time to face whatever's waking up, I'll be there. You don't have to, I know. Tonks sat down beside him, her hair shifting to match the sunset. But you're my brother now. That's what family does. We face things together. Harry felt that familiar tightness in his chest, the feeling of being offered something precious, something he'd never had before. Together, he agreed. They sat in silence, watching the sun sink below the horizon. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted its evening call. The garden gnome Tonks had shown him months ago was definitely watching them from beneath a rosebush. It's going to be hard, Harry said quietly. Yeah. People are going to get hurt. People I care about. Maybe. Tonks's hand found his and squeezed. But maybe not. You've already changed so much, Harry. You escaped the Dursleys. You claimed your lordship. You stood up to Dumbledore. Who knows what else you can change? Harry looked at her, this strange, wonderful girl who had decided to be his sister, and felt something he'd never felt before. Hope. Not the desperate hope of a child locked in a cupboard, wishing for something to change. Real hope. The kind that came with power, with allies, with a future worth fighting for. Thank you, he said. For everything. Don't thank me yet. Tonks grinned, her hair cycling through colors. We've got years of this ahead of us. You'll probably get sick of me. I doubt it. Charmer. She punched his shoulder lightly. Come on. Mum's making dinner, and I want to watch Dad try to explain his latest invention. Does it explode? Always. Harry laughed, a real laugh, free and easy, and let his sister pull him toward home. Behind them, unseen by either, a figure in ash-gray robes watched from the shadows of the garden's edge. It didn't approach. Didn't attack. Just watched, with eyes that held no light. Then it dissolved into smoke and cinder, leaving nothing behind but a faint smell of burning and a chill in the summer air. The Covenant was patient. It could wait a little longer. That night, Harry dreamed again. He stood by the river, as he had so many times before. 3 brothers beside him, though their faces were obscured by shadow and time. But this time, something was different. The thing on the other side of the river was moving. It had no shape, or it had every shape, shifting constantly, a mass of darkness and hunger and rage. It pressed against the barrier that separated it from the world of the living, and the barrier groaned under its weight. You think you can contain us, little lord? The voice was many voices, speaking as one. You think your ancestors' binding will hold forever? Harry faced it without flinching. I think it will hold long enough. Long enough for what? To grow stronger. To find allies. To prepare. The laughter was like grinding stone. We have had 1,000 years to prepare, child. 1,000 years of hunger and rage and waiting. What is your short life against that? Short, Harry admitted. But mine. Silence from the other side. Then, slowly, the mass of darkness seemed to focus. You are different. Not like the others who came before. Not afraid. I'm terrified, Harry said honestly. But I've learned that being afraid doesn't mean you have to be helpless. The presence was still now, studying him. Perhaps you will be interesting. Perhaps, when the binding finally breaks, you will provide some entertainment before the end. Or maybe I'll find a way to stop you. No one has stopped us. Not your ancestors. Not the brothers three. They could only bind, only delay, only postpone. And now their magic weakens. Now their blood runs thin. Now the chains begin to break. Harry looked at the barrier between them. It was translucent, shimmering, and yes, he could see the cracks. The places where it had worn thin over centuries. The spots where something had been picking at it from both sides. What's helping you? He asked. From this side. Something's attacking the binding. Clever child. The thing's amusement was palpable. Yes, we have an ally. One who seeks to cheat death in his own way. One who does not realize that his efforts serve our purpose as much as his own. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort, or what remained of him. The binding weakens because he tears at the fabric of existence with his filthy anchors. Every fragment of his soul is a wound in reality. And wounds fester. Harry filed this away. Another piece of the puzzle. Another thing to research, to understand, to prepare for. Then I'll have to deal with him too. Bold words, from such a small vessel. The presence withdrew slightly, as if settling back to wait. We will watch your progress, little lord. We have watched every Peverell, from the brothers to their children to their children's children. None have been able to finish what was started. None have been able to do more than maintain a failing binding. Maybe I'll be different. Maybe. Or maybe you will be one more failure in a long line of failures. Either way, the darkness smiled, somehow, a terrible expression without a face. We are patient. We have waited 1,000 years. We can wait a little longer. The dream dissolved. Harry woke in his bed, heart pounding, the Peverell ring warm against his skin. He lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling, thinking about bindings and barriers and the thing that waited on the other side. Then he got up, lit his wand, and reached for the Peverell Codex. He had work to do. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Wolves' Circle. 3 months changed everything and nothing. Harry stood in the garden of the Tonks' home, wand raised, breathing hard. Sweat dripped into his eyes despite the cool autumn air. Across from him, Moody waited with the patience of a predator, his magical eye spinning lazily while his normal eye stayed fixed on Harry's center mass. Again, Moody growled. Harry moved. 3 months of training had transformed his body from the underfed waif who'd stumbled out of Gringotts into something leaner, harder, more capable. He still looked young, he was still young, barely 6 years old, but he moved like someone who'd learned that hesitation meant pain. His spell flew true. Moody deflected it without apparent effort and countered with 3 rapid-fire hexes that Harry dodged, blocked, and, the 4th hex, cast wandlessly while Harry was focused on the visible attacks, caught him in the ribs. He went down hard, gasping. Dead again, Moody announced. You're getting predictable. You expect 3 attacks because I've been throwing 3 attacks. Start expecting the unexpected, boy, or you won't live long enough to face whatever's coming for you. Harry pushed himself up, wincing. The hex would leave a bruise. Moody didn't believe in pulling punches, even with children, but he'd had worse. Much worse. How do I expect the unexpected? He asked. You don't expect anything specific. You expect everything. You stay ready for anything, react to what actually happens, and never, never, assume you know what your enemy is going to do. Moody stumped closer, looming over Harry. The moment you think you've got someone figured out is the moment they kill you. Harry nodded, filing this away with all the other lessons. Constant vigilance. Trust nothing. Expect everything. It was exhausting. But it was also working. Enough for today, Moody said, surprising Harry. The old aura usually pushed until Harry literally couldn't stand. You've got visitors. Visitors? Moody's magical eye swiveled toward the house. Goblins. 3 of them. Arrived by port key about 10 minutes ago. Andromeda's keeping them entertained, but they asked for you specifically. Harry's stomach tightened. Goblins meant Gringotts. Gringotts meant politics, or business, or the Covenant. He straightened his robes as best he could and headed for the house. Ragnarok was waiting in the sitting room, flanked by 2 goblin guards in ceremonial armor. Andromeda sat across from them, her posture perfect, her expression carefully neutral. Lord Peverell. Ragnarok rose as Harry entered. Thank you for seeing us. Ragnarok. Harry took the seat Andromeda indicated, deliberately placing himself at their level rather than standing over them. A small gesture, but goblins noticed such things. What brings you here? Several matters, some pleasant and some less so. Ragnarok's sharp teeth showed in what might have been a smile. Shall I begin with the pleasant? Please. The Dursley eviction has been finalized. As of yesterday, they have vacated number 4 Privet Drive. The property has been secured by Gringotts staff and is available for whatever purpose you desire. Harry felt something complicated move through his chest. The house where he'd spent 5 years in darkness, now empty. The people who had locked him away, now homeless. What happened to them? He asked. They have relocated to a flat in London. Smaller, considerably less prestigious. Vernon Dursley's employment has also suffered. It seems his superiors at Gringotts became aware of certain irregularities in his conduct. He was demoted rather than dismissed, but the shame appears considerable. Harry should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt tired. Good, he said, because something needed to be said. The less pleasant matters concern your political situation. Ragnarok's expression shifted, becoming more serious. There have been movements. Inquiries. Certain parties are taking an increased interest in your affairs. What kind of parties? Lucius Malfoy has renewed his requests for a meeting. More insistently this time. He has implied that refusal might be seen as unfriendly. Let him imply what he likes. Indeed. However, Malfoy is not the only one. Ragnarok withdrew a scroll from his robes. This arrived at Gringotts 3 days ago, addressed to Lord Peverell. It comes from Rabaston Lestrange. The name meant nothing to Harry, but he saw Andromeda stiffen. Who is Rabaston Lestrange? He asked. The younger brother of Rodolphus Lestrange, who is currently in Azkaban for crimes committed during the war. Andromeda's voice was tight. Rabaston managed to avoid imprisonment by claiming he had been coerced. He has spent the years since rebuilding the Lestrange fortune and influence. And he wants to meet with me. He wants more than that. Ragnarok handed Harry the scroll. Read it yourself. Harry unrolled the parchment. The writing was elegant, precise, the hand of someone trained in formal correspondence. Lord Peverell, I write to introduce myself and to propose a matter of mutual interest. The Lestrange family, like the Peverells, traces its lineage to the earliest days of magical Britain. Our histories are intertwined in ways that modern wizards have forgotten. I am aware that you are young and newly come to your position. I am aware that others have sought your allegiance and been refused. I do not seek allegiance. I seek understanding. The old families remember what the ministry has forgotten. We remember the wars before Hogwarts, the bindings that protect our world, the threats that lurk beyond the veil. We remember the Peverells and what they sacrificed. I believe we have much to discuss. I ask only for one meeting, at a time and place of your choosing, to explore whether our interests might align. Yours in respect, Rabaston Lestrange. Harry read it twice, then set it down. He knows about the covenant, he said. Possibly. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. The old families have their own archives, their own histories. It would not be surprising if the Lestranges possessed knowledge that the ministry has lost. Or he's fishing. Andromeda's voice was sharp. Testing to see how much you know, how much you'll reveal. The Lestranges were inner circle, Harry. Voldemort's most loyal servants. Whatever Rabaston claims, his true allegiance has never changed. Then why approach me at all? Because you're powerful and unaligned. Because controlling you would be a coup. Because, Andromeda hesitated. Because the Death Eaters were never just about blood purity. They were about power. And you represent a kind of power they thought lost forever. Harry considered this. A Death Eater reaching out with honeyed words, speaking of ancient threats and shared interests. It could be genuine. It could be a trap. Either way, it was information. I'll meet with him, Harry said. Andromeda's head snapped toward him. Absolutely not. Not alone. Not unprotected. But I'll meet with him. Harry met her eyes steadily. He knows something, or thinks he does. If I refuse to engage, I learn nothing. If I meet him on my terms, I learn what he wants and what he's willing to reveal. He's dangerous, Harry. Everyone's dangerous. Harry's voice was flat, older than his years. Moody taught me that. The question isn't whether someone can hurt me, it's whether I can learn enough to be worth the risk. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Gringotts, she said. If you meet him, it happens at Gringotts. Neutral ground, goblin witnesses, wards that would stop a dragon. Acceptable. Harry turned to Ragnarok. Can you arrange it? With pleasure, Lord Peverell. Ragnarok's smile showed every tooth. I have been hoping for an opportunity to observe Rabaston Lestrange more closely. This will serve nicely. The meeting was set for the following week. Harry spent the intervening days in preparation. He read everything Andromeda could find about the Lestrange family, their history, their allegiances, their known activities during the war. He studied the transcripts of Rabaston's trial, noting the careful way the man had distanced himself from his brother's crimes while never actually condemning them. He also continued training with Moody, pushing harder than ever. You're meeting with a Death Eater, Moody said during one session, his magical eye fixed on Harry with unusual intensity. Not a reformed one. Not a reluctant one. A true believer who was smart enough to avoid Azkaban. I know. Do you? Because true believers don't change, boy. They adapt. They wait. They watch for opportunities. Moody's wand flicked, sending a hex that Harry barely dodged. Rabaston Lestrange has had years to plan. Years to position himself. If he's reaching out to you now, it's because he sees something he wants. What do you think he wants? Same thing they all want. Power. Control. A return to the old ways. Another hex, another dodge. But Rabaston's smarter than most. He won't try to take you by force, he'll try to convince you. Make you think his goals align with yours. Make you trust him enough to lower your guard. I won't trust him. See that you don't. Moody caught Harry with a stinging hex to the shoulder. And remember, the most dangerous lies are the ones wrapped in truth. Whatever he tells you about the Covenant, about the Peverells, about anything, assume it's calculated to manipulate you. Harry nodded, rubbing his shoulder. Constant vigilance. Now you're learning. The day of the meeting arrived gray and cold. Harry dressed carefully, the dark green robes that had become his standard, the Peverell ring prominent on his finger, the medallion hidden beneath his clothes. He looked young, he knew. Small. Easy to underestimate. Good. Let Rabaston underestimate him. Andromeda accompanied him to Gringotts, along with Moody, who had insisted on being present even though he would remain hidden. I want to see this snake for myself, he'd growled. Maybe I'll learn something useful. The meeting room was deep in the bank, a neutral space used for delicate negotiations. Ragnarok was already there, along with 2 goblin guards. The room was warded heavily. Harry could feel the magic pressing against his skin, watching, waiting. Rabaston Lestrange arrived precisely on time. He was younger than Harry had expected, mid-30s, perhaps, with dark hair and sharp features that might have been handsome if not for the coldness in his eyes. He wore robes of deep purple, expensive but understated, and he moved with the careful grace of someone who had learned to navigate dangerous situations. Lord Peverell. His voice was smooth, cultured. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Mr. Lestrange. Harry didn't rise, didn't extend his hand. Please, sit. Rabaston took the seat across from Harry, his eyes flickering to Andromeda. Something complicated passed across his face, before returning to Harry. I see you've brought your guardian. And account manager Ragnarok, of course. His smile didn't reach his eyes. I had hoped for a more private conversation. I'm 6 years old, Harry said flatly. Private conversations with adult strangers aren't appropriate. Something flickered in Rabaston's expression, surprise, perhaps, at being addressed so directly by a child. But he recovered quickly. Of course. Forgive me. He leaned back in his chair, affecting casualness. I assume you've read my letter. I have. Then you know I wish to discuss matters of mutual interest. The old histories. The old threats. I know what you wrote. I don't know what you actually want. Rabaston's smile widened slightly. Direct. I appreciate that. Very well, let me be equally direct. He leaned forward. The Peverell Lordship has been unclaimed for 6 centuries. In that time, certain responsibilities have been neglected. Bindings have weakened. Threats have grown. The magical world sleeps, unaware of what stirs in the darkness. You're talking about the Covenant. If Rabaston was surprised that Harry knew the name, he didn't show it. Among other things. The Covenant is the most immediate threat, but it is not the only one. There are forces at work that the Ministry refuses to acknowledge, dangers that the old families have guarded against for generations. And you want to help me guard against them? I want to ensure that someone is guarding against them. The Peverells abandoned their duty when the line went dormant. Someone had to fill the gap. Rabaston's voice was earnest, compelling. The Lestranges have been doing what we can, but we lack the authority, the magical authority, that comes with the Peverell Lordship. With your position restored, we could work together. Pool our knowledge. Prepare for what's coming. Harry studied him. The words were reasonable. The offer was tempting. But beneath it all, something felt wrong. What did you do during the war? He asked. Rabaston's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. I did what I had to do to survive. You served Voldemort. I served the cause I believed in. A cause that has been misrepresented by the victors. Rabaston's voice hardened slightly. The Dark Lord understood the old threats, Lord Peverell. He knew what was coming. His methods were extreme, yes, but his goals included murdering my parents. Silence fell over the room. Rabaston met Harry's eyes. For a long moment, neither spoke. Your parents, Rabaston said finally, made their choices. They opposed the Dark Lord, and they paid the price. I won't pretend to mourn them, I didn't know them, and we were on opposite sides of a war. But their deaths were not personal. They were strategic. Strategic. Harry's voice was ice. A man murdered a woman who was begging for her son's life, and you call it strategic. I call it war. Rabaston's composure cracked slightly. You're young. You don't understand what war means. The sacrifices that must be made. The difficult choices. I understand that you're sitting across from the son of people your master killed, trying to convince me to ally with you. Harry leaned forward. I understand that whatever you're offering comes with strings attached, strings that lead back to Voldemort, or his memory, or his cause. And I understand that you think I'm too young and too desperate to see through it. Rabaston was silent. Here's what I think, Harry continued. I think you're afraid. The Covenant is waking, and you don't know how to stop it. The Peverell Lordship is the key, but you can't claim it, the magic rejected your line centuries ago. So you need me. You need my authority, my power, my blood. And in exchange, you try to shape me. Guide me. Turn me into something useful for your purposes. Harry shook his head. I've already escaped one set of people who tried to control me. I'm not volunteering for another. Rabaston's expression had gone cold. The charming diplomat had vanished, replaced by something harder and more dangerous. You're making a mistake, he said softly. The threats facing our world are real. They don't care about old grudges or political positions. When the Covenant breaks free, and it will break free, you'll need allies. Powerful allies. People who understand what's at stake. Then I'll find them. But not you. Harry stood. This meeting is over. Rabaston stood as well, his composure fracturing further. You arrogant child. You think because you claimed a ring and signed some papers that you understand anything? The Peverells spent lifetimes learning to contain the Covenant. You've had months. Months. And you dare to refuse help from those who've been preparing for generations? I dare to refuse help from Death Eaters. Harry's voice was steady despite his pounding heart. Whatever knowledge you have, whatever preparations you've made, they're built on a foundation of murder and torture and everything Voldemort stood for. I won't be part of that. Then you'll face what's coming alone. Maybe. But at least I'll face it on my own terms. Rabaston stared at him for a long moment. Then, abruptly, he laughed. You're not what I expected, Lord Peverell. You're young, yes, and naive in many ways. But you're not weak. He straightened his robes, composing himself. Very well. We part as not enemies, perhaps. But not allies either. I hope, for all our sakes, that you prove worthy of the power you've claimed. I hope so too. Rabaston turned and walked out without another word. Harry sank back into his chair, his legs suddenly unsteady. Well done, Andromeda said quietly. Was it? I just refused an alliance with someone who might have information I need. You refused an alliance with someone who would have used that information to control you. Andromeda put a hand on his shoulder. There will be other sources, Harry. Better ones. People who want to help you, not own you. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just made an enemy. An enemy who knew things he didn't. The fallout from the meeting came faster than expected. Within a week, subtle articles began appearing in the Daily Prophet. Nothing direct, Harry's name wasn't mentioned, but pieces about the dangers of ancient magic in untrained hands and the importance of proper guidance for young wizards proliferated. The message was clear: someone was concerned about a powerful child operating without oversight. "Lestrange," Moody said, examining one of the articles. "He's good. Nothing traceable, nothing actionable, but he's shaping the narrative. Making people worry about you without saying your name. What can I do about it? Same thing I've been teaching you. Be better than they expect. Don't give them ammunition." Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. "And remember, this is just the beginning. You embarrassed him by refusing his offer. Men like Lestrange don't forgive embarrassment." Harry filed this away with all the other threats. Dumbledore, watching and waiting. The Covenant, stirring in the darkness. And now Rabast and Lestrange, working against him from the shadows. At least he knew who his enemies were. October brought cold winds and falling leaves and an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the garden, practicing the wandless magic Moody had been teaching him, simple spells, nothing dramatic, but useful for situations where a wand wasn't available, when he felt it. Someone was watching him. He didn't turn immediately. Instead, he let his awareness expand the way Moody had taught him, sensing the presence without acknowledging it. One person. Adult. Magical signature unfamiliar but strong. Harry completed his spell, then turned casually, as if he'd just happened to look in that direction. A woman stood at the edge of the garden. She was tall, severe-looking, with gray-streaked hair pulled back tightly and robes that were practical rather than fashionable. Her wand was visible at her side, but she made no move toward it. "Lord Peverell," she said. "I apologize for the unannounced visit. My name is Amelia Bones. I believe we met briefly, several months ago." Harry remembered. The ministry inspection, back when he'd first arrived at the Tonks home. The woman who had asked if he was truly happy. "I remember," he said. "You asked me a question. And you gave me an honest answer." Bones approached slowly, her posture unthreatening. "I've thought about that answer many times since. A child who knows what happiness feels like for the first time. It haunts me. Why are you here?" "Because something is happening in the magical world. Something that concerns me." Bones stopped a few feet away, her eyes steady on Harry's face. "And because I think you might be at the center of it." Harry considered her. His training said to be wary of unexpected visitors, to assume hostility until proven otherwise. But something about Amelia Bones felt different. Straightforward. Honest. Andromeda was surprised to see Bones but hid it well. Tea was produced. Courtesies were exchanged. And then, with the directness Harry was beginning to recognize as characteristic, Bones got to the point. "I'm the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she said. "I've held the position for 3 years, and in that time, I've seen things that trouble me deeply." "What kind of things?" "Disappearances that don't match any pattern. Deaths without apparent cause. Magical disturbances in areas that have been quiet for centuries." Bones set down her teacup. "I've investigated as much as I can, but I keep running into walls. Classified information. Sealed records. Areas of inquiry that I'm told are above my clearance." "Who tells you that?" "Various people. But the orders always seem to trace back to the same place, the Chief Warlock's office." "Dumbledore. Again. What does this have to do with me?" "Possibly nothing. Possibly everything." Bones leaned forward. "Lord Peverell, I'm a practical woman. I don't believe in coincidences. You emerge from hiding, claim an ancient lordship, and suddenly I'm seeing patterns in the chaos that I couldn't see before. Events that seemed random now seem connected. To you. To your family's history." Harry glanced at Andromeda, who gave a small nod. "What do you know about the Covenant?" he asked. Bones's expression sharpened. "The Covenant. I've seen that word in some of the sealed records. Never with enough context to understand what it means. Harry made a decision. It was a risk, everything was a risk, but Amelia Bones had resources he needed. Knowledge he needed. And unlike Rabaston Lestrange, she hadn't come with honeyed words and hidden agendas. She'd come with questions. The Covenant of Ashes, Harry said. 1,000 years ago, my ancestors bound something. Something dangerous. Spirits, or echoes, or something in between, the records aren't entirely clear. They couldn't destroy it, so they contained it. Wrapped it in chains of magic and blood and will. Bones listened without interrupting. The binding has been weakening for centuries. Every generation without a Peverell Lord made it weaker. And now? Harry hesitated. Something else is accelerating the decay. Voldemort, I think. His Horcruxes, the pieces of soul he created, are tearing at the same fabric my ancestors were trying to protect. Horcruxes. Bones's voice was sharp. You know about Horcruxes? I know one was inside me. The goblins removed it months ago. The room went very still. There was a Horcrux, Bones said slowly, inside the boy who lived. Yes. Voldemort didn't mean to create it, I don't think. But when his curse rebounded, a piece of his soul latched onto me. It's why the binding has been weakening faster. Every Horcrux is a wound in reality, and his soul was closest to the one person who could repair the binding. Bones was quiet for a long moment, processing this. Dumbledore, she said finally. Does he know about the Horcruxes? I don't know. He knows something, he's been watching me, trying to control my situation, from the beginning. But whether he understands the connection to the Covenant. Harry shrugged. I haven't exactly asked him. No. You've been avoiding him. Bones's tone was neutral. Can't say I blame you, after what I've heard about your placement with the Dursleys. You heard about that? I investigated it. After our first meeting. Bones's expression hardened. What was done to you was criminal, Lord Peverell. If the Dursleys weren't muggles, outside our jurisdiction, would have prosecuted them myself. Thank you. But that's not why you're here. No. I'm here because the disappearances and deaths I've been investigating, they match the pattern you're describing. Spirits growing restless. The barrier between life and death growing thin. Bones met his eyes. If the Covenant is real, if it's waking, then the magical world is in danger. And I need to know what we're facing. Harry studied her. Everything he'd learned said to be cautious, to hold his cards close, to trust no one fully. But he also knew he couldn't face what was coming alone. I'll tell you what I know, he said. But I need something in return. Name it. Information. About the Horcruxes, where they might be, how many there are. About Voldemort and whether he's truly dead. About anything that might be connected to the binding's decay. Bones nodded slowly. I'll share what I can. Some of it is classified, but... She smiled grimly. I've never let classification stop me before. Then we have a deal. They shook hands, and Harry felt something shift. Not an alliance exactly, not yet, but the beginning of one. A connection to someone inside the Ministry, someone with power and resources and a genuine desire to protect the wizarding world. It was a start. November brought snow and a letter that changed everything. Harry was reading in his room when Andromeda called him downstairs. Her voice was strange, tight, controlled, hiding something. He found her in the sitting room with Ragnarok, who had arrived unannounced. Both of them wore expressions that made Harry's stomach clench. What's wrong? A development. Ragnarok's voice was carefully neutral. An opportunity, perhaps, but also a complication. Tell me. You know that the Daily Prophet has been publishing articles critical of unguided young wizards. Subtle attacks on your situation, orchestrated by parties unknown. Ragnarok paused. We have traced the source. As expected, Rabaston Lestrange is involved. But he's not acting alone. Who else? Lucius Malfoy. The two have been coordinating, building a case for ministry intervention in your guardianship. Harry's jaw tightened. What kind of intervention? They've found a legal mechanism. An obscure statute from the 14th century, never repealed, that allows the Wisengamot to review the guardianship of any lord under the age of majority if sufficient concerns about their welfare or training are raised. They're going to try to take me from Andromeda. They're going to try to assign you additional guardians. Advisors, technically, but with legal authority over your education and conduct. Ragnarok's expression was grim. The names being proposed are predictable. Let me guess. Lestrange and Malfoy. Among others. The proposal would create a council of advisors drawn from the old families. They're framing it as concern for the Potter legacy, for proper magical education, for the traditions of the ancient houses. Harry stood very still, processing this. It was clever, much cleverer than a direct challenge to Andromeda's guardianship would have been. By proposing additional oversight rather than replacement, they avoided the appearance of an attack while still achieving their goal. Can they succeed? Possibly. They have allies on the Wisengamot. The proposal has a certain surface reasonableness. And you've made few friends among the traditional powers. Ragnarok paused. There is, however, a countermove available. What countermove? You could take your seat. Harry blinked. My seat? The Peverell seat on the Wisengamot. It has been vacant for 6 centuries, but it was never abolished. As Lord Peverell, you have the right to claim it. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. A lord who sits on the Wisengamot cannot be subjected to advisory councils without his own consent. The statute they're invoking specifically exempts sitting members. I'm 6 years old. Age is not a barrier. The magic recognizes the lord, not the years. There have been child lords sitting on the Wisengamot before, though not for several centuries. Harry turned to Andromeda. What do you think? Her expression was complicated. Taking the seat would protect you from their immediate scheme. But it would also put you directly into the political arena. Every vote, every statement, every alliance would be scrutinized. You'd be exposed in ways you aren't now. I'm already exposed. They're already coming for me. Harry's voice was calm despite his racing heart. At least on the Wisengamot, I'd have a voice. I could fight back instead of just defending. You'd also have responsibilities. Votes on legislation. Positions on issues you may not fully understand. People would expect things from you. People already expect things from me. The boy who lived. The Peverell heir. The child who defeated Voldemort. Harry shook his head. I didn't ask for any of it, but I'm not going to run from it either. Andromeda studied him for a long moment. Whatever she saw seemed to satisfy her. Then we'll need to prepare. The next Wisengamot session is in 2 weeks. If you're going to claim your seat, you'll need to do it publicly, dramatically, in a way that makes it impossible for them to challenge. I can do that. I know you can. Her smile was sharp and proud. Let's show them what a 6-year-old lord can do. The next 2 weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry studied Wisengamot procedure until he could recite it in his sleep. He learned the names and allegiances of every member, the history of every major faction, the unwritten rules that govern magical politics. Andromeda drilled him on protocol, on speech, on how to stand and sit and respond to challenges. Moody, meanwhile, increased the intensity of their training sessions. Politics is just another kind of combat, the old Auror growled. Same principles apply. Know your enemy. Protect your weaknesses. Strike when they don't expect it. I'm not planning to curse anyone in the Wisengamot chamber. No, but you might need to after. Victory makes enemies, boy. The people you're about to humiliate won't forget it. Harry nodded. He understood. Everything had consequences. Every action created reactions. But inaction had consequences too. Inaction meant letting Lestrange and Malfoy control his future. Inaction meant being shaped by others instead of shaping himself. He was done with inaction. The morning of the Wizengamot session dawned cold and clear. Harry dressed in his finest robes, dark green trimmed with silver, the Peverell crest prominent on his chest. The ring gleamed on his finger. The medallion hung against his heart. He looked, he thought, like what he was supposed to be, a lord of an ancient house, ready to claim his birthright. He didn't feel like it. He felt like a 6-year-old about to walk into a room full of people who either wanted to control him or destroy him. But he'd felt like that in the cupboard, too. And he'd survived. Ready? Andromeda asked. No. But let's go anyway. The Wizengamot chamber was buried deep in the Ministry of Magic, accessible through a private entrance that only members and their guests could use. Andromeda guided Harry through the corridors, past security checkpoints that recognized his ring and allowed him through without question. The chamber itself was enormous, a circular room with tiered seating rising around a central floor. Seats were arranged by faction, the traditional purebloods on one side, the progressive elements on another, the neutral families scattered between them. Every seat was filled. Word had spread that something unusual would happen today. Harry walked down the central aisle, feeling hundreds of eyes on him. Whispers followed in his wake. Is that, the Potter boy, so young, what is he? He reached the floor and stopped, looking up at the Chief Warlock's podium where Dumbledore sat, watching him with unreadable eyes. Chief Warlock, Harry said, his voice carrying through the chamber despite his youth. I am Harry James Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble house of Peverell. I claim the seat that is mine by right of blood and magic. Silence fell over the chamber. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Lord Peverell. This is unexpected. The Peverell seat has been vacant for 6 centuries. The statute establishing the Wizengamot recognizes the right of any lord to claim an ancestral seat at any time. Harry kept his voice steady. I invoke that right. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy leaning forward in his seat, his expression calculating. Rabaston Lestrange, sitting 2 rows behind him, looked like he'd swallowed something sour. The Lord Peverell speaks truly, a voice said. Harry turned to see Amelia Bones rising from her seat in the ministry section. The statute is clear. Any legitimate lord may claim an ancestral seat regardless of age or circumstance. There are concerns, Malfoy said smoothly, about the welfare and education of young Lord Peverell. Concerns that the Wizengamot was prepared to address today through appropriate oversight, concerns that become moot if Lord Peverell takes his seat. Bones's voice was sharp. The statute you were planning to invoke specifically exempts sitting members of this body. I believe you were aware of that, Lord Malfoy. Malfoy's expression flickered. The oversight proposal was about protection, not control. I don't need your protection. Harry's voice cut through the chamber. I have a guardian who cares for me. I have tutors who educate me. I have allies who support me. What I need is the right to speak for myself, to vote on matters that affect my house, to participate in the governance of our world. He turned slowly, looking at the assembled witches and wizards. My family has served this body for 1,000 years. We were here before the ministry, before Hogwarts, before the statute of secrecy. The Peverells helped build the magical world. And when threats arose that others couldn't face, we dealt with them. His voice hardened. I know some of you think I'm too young for this. Too inexperienced. Too naive. His eyes found Lestrange's. I know some of you would prefer me compliant and controlled. A symbol to be used rather than a voice to be heard. He turned back to Dumbledore. But I am Lord Peverell. The magic recognized me. The ring accepted me. And I will not be sidelined while others decide my future. The chamber was utterly silent. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. Well spoken, Lord Peverell. He raised his wand, and a section of the tiered seating shifted, revealing an ornate chair that had been hidden within the stone. The Peverell seat, vacant for 600 years, is restored. Take your place among us. Harry walked to the chair and sat down. It fit him perfectly. The session that followed was anticlimactic after the drama of Harry's arrival. Routine business, minor legislation, nothing that required his vote. But he stayed, watching, learning, absorbing the rhythms of magical politics. Malfoy and Lestrange didn't approach him. They didn't need to, their expressions said everything. This wasn't over. This was just the beginning of a longer game. But for now, Harry had won. When the session ended, he walked out of the chamber with his head high. Andromeda was waiting for him in the corridor, along with Moody, who had been watching through magical means. Not bad, Moody growled. You've made enemies today, but you've also made a point. They'll think twice before coming at you directly again. They'll come at me indirectly instead. Course they will. That's politics. Moody's magical eye spun. But you've got a seat now. A voice. Tools to fight back with. Harry nodded. He was exhausted, the tension of the day draining away, leaving him feeling every one of his 6 years. But beneath the exhaustion, something else. Satisfaction. Pride. The knowledge that he'd faced a challenge and overcome it. Let's go home, he said. That night, Harry dreamed of the river again. But this time, the thing on the other side seemed almost impressed. You grow, little lord. You claim power. You face your enemies. I face what I have to face. Yes. And you begin to understand what that means. The darkness pulsed, considering him. But political games are nothing compared to what waits. The binding weakens. The chains stretch. Soon, very soon, we will test you truly. I'll be ready. Will you? The thing's laughter was like grinding ice. The brothers thought they were ready. They bound us with blood and magic and will, and they thought it would last forever. But nothing lasts, little lord. Nothing but us. Nothing but the hunger that will not die. Harry stood firm. My ancestors bought 1,000 years. I'll buy more. Perhaps. Or perhaps you will be the one who finally breaks. The one who sees the futility of resistance and opens the door. Never. We shall see. The darkness began to recede, pulling back from the barrier. We shall see, little lord. Until then, grow strong. Face your enemies. Play your games. It makes the eventual victory so much sweeter. Harry woke to dawn light streaming through his window, the Peverell ring warm against his skin. He lay there for a long moment, thinking about bindings and barriers and the thing that waited in the dark. Then he got up and went to training. There was work to do. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Blood and Binding. 2 years passed like water through fingers. Harry stood at the window of his room in the Tonks home, watching snow fall on the garden below. He was 7 now, still small for his age, but no longer the starved waif who'd stumbled into Gringotts. His body had filled out with proper food and relentless training. His eyes had lost some of their haunted quality, replaced by something sharper, more watchful. More dangerous, Moody said approvingly. The garden gnome, the one Tonks had shown him on his first day, the one Ted was convinced was plotting something, sat on a frost-covered stone, staring up at Harry's window with unsettling intensity. Harry stared back. After 2 years of this silent war, neither was willing to blink first. You're going to freeze standing there. Harry turned to find Tonks in his doorway, her hair a festive red and green for the approaching Christmas holiday. She was 14 now, taller, her features settling into something striking rather than merely cute. She'd been home for the winter break for 3 days and had already broken 2 of her father's inventions and one of her mother's favorite vases. "I'm thinking," Harry said. "Dangerous habit." Tonks flopped onto his bed without invitation, a liberty she'd claimed years ago and never relinquished. "Mum says breakfast is ready. Also, there's a goblin in the sitting room." Harry's attention sharpened. "Ragnarok? Different one. Younger. Looked nervous, which is weird because goblins don't usually look nervous." Tonks examined her nails, which shifted through colors as she watched. "Something's happening, isn't it? You've had that look all week." "What look?" "The one where you're waiting for the other shoe to drop." She met his eyes, suddenly serious. "I know you don't tell me everything, Harry. I know there's stuff about the Peverell legacy that you're still figuring out. But if something's coming, I want to help." Harry considered her. In 2 years, Tonks had become more than a sister, she'd become a confidant, a sounding board, someone who saw him as Harry rather than as the boy who lived or Lord Peverell. He'd told her more than he'd told anyone except Andromeda and Ragnarok. But he hadn't told her everything about the Covenant. "Something might be coming," he admitted. "I've been having dreams." "Dreams? About the river? About what's on the other side?" Harry turned back to the window. "They're getting more frequent. More vivid. The thing in the dark is getting stronger, or closer, or both." Tonks was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft. "The Covenant. Mum told me a little, after you took your Wisengamot seat. About your ancestors, about what they bound. It's waking up, Tonks. Slowly, but definitely. And I don't know if I'm ready to face it. Then we'll get you ready." Her hand found his shoulder, warm and grounding. "That's what family does, remember? We face things together." Harry managed a smile. "You're getting better at the inspirational speeches. Practice makes perfect." She grinned, her hair shifting to bright pink. "Now come on. Goblin. Breakfast." Probably not in that order of importance, but definitely in that order of urgency. The goblin waiting in the sitting room was young by goblin standards, barely a century old, Ragnarok had mentioned once, with nervous energy that seemed at odds with the typical goblin demeanor. His name was Griphook, the same goblin who had guided Harry through the Gringotts library 2 years ago. "Lord Peverell." Griphook bowed stiffly. "I bring urgent news from account manager Ragnarok. He requests your presence at Gringotts immediately." "What's happened?" "I am not authorized to discuss specifics here." Griphook's eyes flickered to Andromeda, who had entered behind Harry. "The matter concerns Peverell security. Ragnarok says you will understand." Harry's blood went cold. Peverell security could only mean one thing. "I'll come now." "Harry," Andromeda started. "I have to." He met her eyes. "If it's what I think it is, every minute matters." Andromeda held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. "I'm coming with you." "So am I," Tonks said from the doorway. "Dora, this isn't, I'm coming." Tonks's voice was steel beneath the casual tone. "Whatever's happening, I'm not sitting here waiting to find out." Harry looked at Griphook. "Is that acceptable?" The goblin hesitated, then nodded. "Ragnarok anticipated Lady Tonks would accompany you. He made no mention of the young miss, but..." He shrugged, a surprisingly human gesture. "Gringotts can accommodate." The journey to Gringotts was tense and silent. They traveled by floor to the leaky cauldron, then walked quickly through a Diagon alley still quiet in the early morning hours. Harry noticed Griphook taking a roundabout route, avoiding the main thoroughfares, and filed that information away. Whatever was happening, the goblins didn't want attention. Ragnarok was waiting in a conference room deep within the bank, far below the levels Harry usually visited. The walls here were rougher, older, carved from living stone rather than constructed. Ancient runes covered every surface, pulsing with faint light. Lord Peverell. Ragnarok's expression was grave. Thank you for coming so quickly. What's happened? This morning, at precisely 3:47 a.m., the wards on the Peverell Ancestral Vault registered a significant disturbance. Ragnarok gestured to a table covered in maps and documents. The vault has been sealed since your ancestors' time. It contains artifacts and records too dangerous or too important to be accessed casually. Among other things, it contains one of the binding anchors. Harry's heart stopped. The binding anchors. The ones my ancestors used to contain the covenant, yes. 3 anchors were created, the wand, the stone, and the cloak. Each was hidden separately, protected by different means. The Peverell Vault holds records of their locations and a monitoring system that tracks the binding's integrity. And something happened to the monitoring system? Worse. Ragnarok's voice was heavy. One of the anchors has been compromised. The stone. Someone has been using it, repeatedly, over the past several months. Each use weakens the binding further. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Who? How? We don't know who. The stone's location was hidden even from Gringotts. Your ancestors trusted no one with that information. But the monitoring system detected the usage pattern. Whoever has the stone has been calling spirits from beyond the veil, forcing them to answer questions, binding them to tasks. Necromancy. Of a sort. The stone's power isn't true necromancy, it doesn't raise the dead or create inferi. It summons echoes, shades, the impressions left by departed souls. But each summon strains the barrier between life and death. Each use picks at the chains your ancestors forged. Harry sank into a chair, his mind racing. Someone had the resurrection stone. Someone was using it without understanding, or perhaps understanding perfectly, what damage they were causing. There's more. Ragnarok's voice was reluctant now. The monitoring system detected something else. A resonance. The stone's usage is interacting with another source of magical corruption, amplifying both. The Horcruxes. Yes. We removed the one from you, but there are others. Each Horcrux is a wound in reality, as you know. The stone's usage is aggravating those wounds. Widening them. The combined effect is accelerating the binding's decay far faster than natural deterioration would explain. Harry closed his eyes. It was worse than he'd feared. Not just the covenant waking, but someone actively, if perhaps unknowingly, helping it break free. What can I do? That's why I called you here. The Peverell Vault contains records that might help us locate the stone and the other Hallows. But the vault has been sealed since your ancestor Hardwin Peverell died in 1291. No one has entered it since. Can I open it? Only the Lord Peverell can. The vault is blood-keyed, magic-keyed, and soul-keyed. Your ring should grant you access, but... Ragnarok hesitated. There may be tests. Challenges. Your ancestors were not careless with their most dangerous secrets. Then let's go. The descent to the Peverell Vault took nearly an hour. They traveled by cart first, plunging deeper into the earth than Harry had ever been. The tracks here were ancient, the stone around them carved with warnings in languages that predated modern English. At one point, they passed a sleeping dragon, enormous, pale, clearly blind, that lifted its head as they passed, tasting the air. It won't attack, Griphook said, though he didn't sound entirely certain. The old vaults have different protections. Past the dragon, they left the cart and continued on foot. The corridors narrowed, the air growing colder, the runes on the walls glowing brighter. Harry could feel magic pressing against him, testing, evaluating, deciding whether to allow him passage. Finally, they reached a door. It was massive, carved from a single piece of black stone, covered in the now familiar symbol of the Peverells. The triangle, the circle, the line, the sign of the Deathly Hallows. "This is as far as we can go," Ragnarok said. "The vault will only open for you, Lord Peverell. Whatever lies beyond, you must face alone." Harry looked at Andromeda, at Tonks. Both wore expressions of concern, but neither tried to stop him. "I'll be back," he said. He stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. The ring on his finger flared with heat. The runes on the door blazed to life. And a voice, ancient, dry, somehow familiar, spoke directly into his mind. "Who seeks entry to the vault of the Brothers Three?" "Harry James Potter. Lord of the ancient and noble house of Peverell. Heir of Ignotus. Blood of our blood. Magic of our magic. But are you worthy?" "I don't know. I hope so." A pause. Then, something that might have been amusement. "Honest. That is rare. Very well, young lord. Enter and be tested. Pass, and the secrets of your line are yours. Fail." The voice didn't need to finish the sentence. The door swung open. Beyond was darkness. Harry walked through. The darkness lasted only a moment. Then light bloomed around him, revealing a chamber unlike anything he'd seen. It was circular, with a domed ceiling that seemed to show the night sky, stars wheeling slowly overhead, constellations Harry didn't recognize. The walls were lined with alcoves containing books, artifacts, things that pulsed with contained power. In the center of the room was a pedestal, and on the pedestal sat three objects. A wand. A stone. A cloak. No, not the real Hallows. These were replicas, or perhaps images, representations of what the Peverells had created. But they glowed with their own light, and Harry could feel them watching him. "Three brothers," the voice said, now coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Three gifts. Three tests. Pass all three, and the vault's secrets are yours. Fail any one, and you will join the others who tried and fell." Harry looked around the chamber for the first time and noticed what he'd missed: bones. Human bones, scattered in the corners, half hidden in shadows. Other would-be heirs who had found their way here and failed. "What are the tests?" "The first is the test of power. The wand demands that you prove your strength, not merely magical strength, but strength of will. You must face what you fear and not break." The image of the wand flared. The chamber shifted around Harry, the walls melting away, replaced by something else. A cupboard. Small, dark, locked from the outside. Harry's breath caught. He was small again, 5 years old, starving, forgotten. The walls pressed in on him. The darkness was absolute. And from outside the door came the sounds of the Dursley household, laughter, conversation, the clink of dishes. A family that had never included him. "This is what made you," the voice whispered. "The fear, the hunger, the loneliness. It lives inside you still. Can you face it without breaking?" Harry's heart was pounding. Every instinct screamed at him to panic, to beat against the door, to beg to be let out. This was the nightmare that still woke him some nights, the memory that no amount of training or comfort could fully erase. But he wasn't 5 anymore. He closed his eyes, not to escape the darkness, but to find his center. Moody's training. Andromeda's lessons. Tonks's laughter. The life he'd built in the 2 years since he'd escaped this place. "You don't control me anymore," he said, his voice steady despite his trembling hands. "You happened. You hurt me. But you're not all I am." He opened his eyes and looked at the cupboard walls, really looked at them. "I survived this. I got out. And I built something better. Something you couldn't touch, couldn't ruin, couldn't take away." His voice grew stronger. "I am Harry Potter. I am Lord Peverell. And I will not break for a memory. The cupboard shattered. Harry stood in the chamber again, breathing hard, the image of the wand fading to quiescence. The first test is passed, the voice said. The second is the test of wisdom. The stone demands that you prove your understanding, not of magic, but of the choices that shape us. You must face what you've lost and not despair. The image of the stone flared. And standing before Harry were two people he'd never met but recognized instantly from photographs, from descriptions, from the ache in his heart that had never fully healed. James and Lily Potter. His parents. Harry. His mother's voice was warm, loving, everything he'd imagined in his darkest moments in the cupboard. My beautiful boy. Son. His father's hand reached out, almost touching his shoulder. We've waited so long to see you. Harry felt tears streaming down his face. He hadn't expected this. Hadn't been prepared for how much it would hurt to see them, hear them, know that they were just images, echoes, not real. This is what the stone offers, the voice said. Connection to what you've lost. Comfort. Closure. But the stone is also a trap. Those who use it often, who rely on it for solace, become lost themselves, trapped between the living and the dead, belonging to neither. Harry. Lily's voice was pleading now. Stay with us. We've missed you so much. We can teach you, James added. Everything we knew. All the time we should have had. Just stay. It would be so easy. To let the stone become his comfort, his escape, his way of having the family he'd been denied. To visit this place whenever the world became too hard, whenever the loneliness crept back. But that wasn't living. That was hiding. I love you, Harry said, his voice breaking. I love you both. I wish I could have known you. I wish you could have seen me grow up. Then stay, Lily whispered. I can't. Harry took a step back. You're dead. You've been dead since I was a baby. And holding on to you, living in dreams of what could have been, won't bring you back. It will just keep me from living. James's expression flickered. For a moment, he looked proud. The living have to live, Harry continued. You taught me that, not with words, but with what you did. You died to save me. You gave everything so I could have a future. How can I honor that by retreating into the past? He took another step back. I'll remember you. I'll carry you with me. But I won't use the stone to pretend you're still here. That's not love. That's just, refusing to let go. The images of his parents smiled, sad, proud, loving smiles. We knew you'd understand, Lily said. We always knew you were special. Make us proud, son, James added. Live well. Love fully. And when it's your time, really your time, we'll be waiting. They faded like morning mist. Harry stood alone, tears still wet on his cheeks, his heart aching but whole. The second test is passed, the voice said, softer now. The third is the test of humility. The cloak demands that you prove your understanding of death itself. You must face what awaits all mortal things and not flee. The image of the cloak flared. And the chamber fell away entirely. Harry stood at the river. It was exactly as he'd seen it in his dreams, a dark flow of water separating two shores, one alive with color and light, the other shrouded in mist and shadow. The three brothers stood beside him, their faces clear for the first time, young men, fierce and proud, who had once faced this same crossing. And on the other side, something waited. Not the covenant, this was older, deeper, more fundamental. This was what the covenant had fled from. What all spirits fled from, in the end. Death. It had no shape, no form, but Harry could feel its presence like a weight on his soul. It was patient, inevitable, the end that waited for all things. You have come far, little lord. The voice was not the vault's voice, not the covenant's voice, but something else entirely. farther than most who bear your name. But the final test is the simplest and the hardest. What must I do? Accept. Accept what? Accept that I am real. Accept that I will claim you, one day, as I have claimed all who came before. Accept that your power, your position, your magic, none of it will save you in the end. Harry stared at the shadow on the far shore. He thought about everything he'd built, everything he'd fought for, everything he still wanted to do. He thought about the Covenant, about his enemies, about the future rushing toward him. And he thought about the truth that he'd been avoiding since he first learned of his heritage. I know, he said quietly. I've always known. Have you? Many claim to accept death while fighting it with every breath. They build legacies, create Horcruxes, seek immortality in 1,000 forms. They cannot face the simple truth that everything ends. Voldemort. Among others. He fears me so greatly that he tore his own soul to pieces, thinking he could escape. He does not understand that fear of death is what makes life small, cramped, desperate. Harry thought about this. About Voldemort, hiding in the shadows, neither alive nor dead. About the Covenant, spirits so desperate to avoid their end that they became something monstrous. I don't want to die, he admitted. I have too much to do. Too many people depending on me. But I won't run from it. I won't tear my soul apart or refuse to pass on or become something less than human just to avoid the inevitable. He met the shadow's presence squarely. When it's my time, I'll go. Until then, I'll live. Silence. The river flowed on, dark and eternal. Then, impossibly, Death laughed. Ignotus said almost the same thing, you know. He was my favorite of the three. The only one who truly understood. Understood what? That death is not the enemy. Death is the destination. The enemy is the fear that makes you forget to live along the way. The shadow seemed to soften, becoming less a threat and more a presence. A companion. Something that had always been there, would always be there, patient and inevitable and somehow not unkind. You pass, little lord. All 3 tests, passed. The vault's secrets are yours by right. The river faded. The chamber returned around Harry. And on the pedestal, where the images of the Hallows had been, now sat a single book. The Peverell Grimoire, the voice said, the vault's voice again, warm with something like approval. Everything your ancestors knew about the binding, the Covenant, and the Hallows themselves. Guard it well. Harry picked up the book. It was heavy, not just physically, but with the weight of knowledge, of responsibility, of 1,000 years of secrets. Thank you, he said. Thank yourself, young lord. You earned this. Now use it. The door to the chamber opened, revealing the corridor where Ragnarok and the others waited. Harry walked out into the light. You were gone for 6 hours, Andromeda said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. We thought, I'm fine. Harry's voice was hoarse. Better than fine. I found what I needed. Ragnarok's eyes fixed on the grimoire in Harry's hands. The Peverell Grimoire. It exists. We always suspected, but no one living had ever confirmed. It exists. And it has what I need to find the stone and whoever's been using it. Then let's get back to the conference room. Ragnarok's voice was sharp with urgency. Every moment counts. The grimoire was dense, complex, written in a cipher that took Harry 3 hours to crack even with the ring's assistance. But once he understood the code, the information poured out like water from a dam. The 3 Hallows, wand, stone, and cloak, had been separated after the brothers' deaths. Each had been hidden using different methods, protected by different means. The Elder Wand had gone to Antioch's heir, passed down through conquest and blood until its trail disappeared in the 15th century. The grimoire noted that the wand was the most dangerous of the 3, not because of its power, but because of how it had to be won, by defeating its previous owner. A trail of death followed the wand wherever it went. The resurrection stone had gone to Cadmus's line, hidden in a family ring and passed down through generations. The grimoire identified the family, Gaunt. Descendants of Slytherin through Cadmus's daughter, they had kept the stone for centuries, using it sparingly, understanding its dangers. The Gaunts, Harry said, looking up from the grimoire. That's Voldemort's family, isn't it? His mother was Mara P. Gaunt, Andromeda confirmed, her face pale. The last of the line. She died giving birth to him. Then he has the stone. Or had it. Harry's mind was racing. That's how he knew about Horcruxes, about cheating death. He grew up with the resurrection stone. He saw what it could do. And he's been using it, Ragnarok added grimly. Drawing on its power to strengthen his remaining anchors. Each use weakens the binding and feeds his Horcruxes simultaneously. We need to find him. Find the stone. Stop the usage. That may be easier said than done. Voldemort has been in hiding since his defeat. No one knows where he is or what form he's taken. Harry thought about the dreams. The river. The thing on the other side that had spoken of an ally picking at the binding. I might know someone who does, he said slowly. Or at least, someone who can help us find out. Amelia Bones arrived at Gringotts within the hour, responding to Harry's urgent summons. She listened to the explanation with her usual sharp attention, asking pointed questions, making connections that Harry hadn't considered. By the end, her expression was grim. Voldemort alive. Horcruxes still intact. The Covenant threatening to break free. And all of it connected to an artifact that's been in his family for centuries. She shook her head. This is worse than I feared. Can you help? I can try. The DMLE has resources, intelligence networks, investigative capabilities, access to records that even Gringotts might not have. She paused. But I'll need to be careful. Dumbledore has eyes everywhere in the Ministry. If he learns what we're looking for. He might already know about the Horcruxes, Harry said. He's been fighting Voldemort for decades. He must have suspected how the Dark Lord survived. Suspecting and acting are different things. If Dumbledore knew and did nothing. Bones's expression hardened. Then we'll deal with that too. But first, we need to find the stone. The Gaunt family had a house, Andromeda offered. Near Little Hangleton, if I remember correctly. It was abandoned after Mara P. left, but it might still be standing. That's our starting point, then. Harry stood, the grimoire clutched to his chest. I'll go. I'm the only one who can sense the Hallows, the ring showed me how during the tests. You're not going alone, Tonks said, speaking for the first time. Don't even think about arguing. Wouldn't dream of it. Harry managed a small smile. Family faces things together, right? They left for Little Hangleton the next morning. The village was small, forgotten, nestled in a valley that seemed to exist outside of time. The Gaunt shack was exactly where the records indicated, a ramshackle building at the end of a dirt path, surrounded by overgrown gardens and an aura of decay. Harry felt it immediately, a pull, a resonance, the same sensation he'd experienced when the coin first called him to Gringotts. The stone was here. Or had been. Wait. He held up a hand, stopping the others. Something's wrong. The air around the shack was thick with magic. Not protective wards, something darker. Something that felt like rot, like corruption, like death that refused to accept itself. Traps, Moody growled. He'd insisted on coming despite his retirement, his magical eye spinning constantly. Dark ones. Whoever was here last didn't want visitors. Voldemort. Most likely. These have his signature, cruel, clever, designed to kill slowly. Moody's eye fixed on the shack's door. I can see at least 6 different curses layered on that entrance. Touch anything wrong and you'll be dead before you hit the ground. Harry studied the shack, letting the Peverell ring guide his senses. He could feel the stone's echo. It had been here, had been used here, but was no longer present. Whatever Voldemort had done with it, he'd taken it with him. But something else remained. There, Harry said, pointing to a loose floorboard visible through a gap in the wall. Something's buried there. I can feel it. The stone? No. Something else. Something dark. Moody spent 20 minutes dismantling the traps, his gruff commentary providing constant updates on just how unpleasant each curse would have been. Finally, he pronounced the path clear, or at least survivable. Harry entered the shack alone, stepping carefully over debris and decay. The floorboard came up easily, revealing a small hole in the earth beneath. Inside was a ring. Not the Peverell ring, this was older, cruder, a heavy band of gold set with a black stone carved with a familiar symbol. The Deathly Hallows sign, but corrupted, twisted. Harry reached for it, and stopped. The ring pulsed with malevolent energy. He could feel the Horcrux inside it, a shard of Voldemort's soul screaming its hatred at the world. But he could also feel something else. The Resurrection Stone. Set into the ring itself. Used and abused for decades, its power feeding Voldemort's dark magic. This is it, Harry breathed. He made the stone into a Horcrux. The implications crashed over him. The Resurrection Stone, one of the three anchors holding the Covenant in check, had been corrupted by the darkest magic imaginable. Every time Voldemort used it, he wasn't just weakening the binding. He was actively poisoning it. No wonder the decay had accelerated so dramatically. I need to destroy the Horcrux, Harry said. Free the stone from the corruption. How? Andromeda asked from the doorway. Harry thought of the grimoire, of the tests he'd passed, of the knowledge his ancestors had preserved. Fiend fire would destroy the Horcrux, but it would destroy the stone too. I need something more precise. He closed his eyes, reaching for the connection the ring had established with the Hallows. The Peverells designed safeguards. Ways to cleanse the artifacts if they were ever compromised. The knowledge came slowly, reluctantly, as if the ring itself was uncertain whether to share such dangerous information. I need to take it to Gringotts, Harry said finally. The goblins have purification rituals that can separate soul magic from physical anchors. It's similar to what they did with me. Can they do it without destroying the stone? I don't know. But it's the best chance we have. Harry carefully lifted the ring, not touching the stone directly, just the gold band, and placed it in a warded container Ragnarok had provided. The Horcrux fought him, screaming psychic obscenities, trying to worm its way into his mind. He shut it out. He'd faced his fears, his losses, his own mortality. A fragment of Voldemort's rage was nothing compared to that. The ritual took 3 days. Harry spent most of that time in a heavily warded chamber beneath Gringotts, connected to the purification process through his blood and his ring. The goblins worked tirelessly, their ancient magic picking apart the Horcrux strand by strand, separating Voldemort's corruption from the stone's original power. It was agony. Every strand they removed felt like a piece of Harry's own soul being torn away, an echo of the connection he'd once had with Voldemort's fragment. He endured it, focusing on the faces of his family, on the future he was fighting for. On the 3rd day, it was done. The Resurrection Stone sat on a cushion before him, cleansed of its dark taint. It looked smaller somehow, simpler, just a black pebble with a carved symbol. But Harry could feel its power, ancient and terrible, thrumming with connection to the realm beyond death. The Horcrux is destroyed, Ragnarok announced, exhaustion evident in his voice. The stone is pure. The binding should begin to stabilize. Harry picked up the stone. It was warm in his hand, welcoming, as if recognizing its air. One down, he said. But there are more Horcruxes out there. And Voldemort is still alive. You've done something remarkable today, Lord Peverell. Take the victory. I will. But tomorrow. Harry slipped the stone into a pouch at his belt, secured by wards only he could open. Tomorrow, we hunt. That night, Harry dreamed of the river. But this time, the Covenant seemed smaller. Weaker. The barrier between worlds was still damaged, still strained, but no longer hemorrhaging. "You've done well, little lord," the darkness admitted, and there was something like grudging respect in its voice. "The stone's corruption fed us for years. Now that source is gone. Good. But don't celebrate too quickly. Other sources remain. Other wounds in reality. And we are patient. I know. Do you?" The Covenant's presence pressed against the barrier, testing it. "The binding holds for now. But now is a fleeting thing. Your ancestors bought 1,000 years. You've bought, how long? A few more decades? A century at most? Long enough to find another way. There is no other way. The binding weakens. We grow strong. Eventually, the barrier falls. That is the nature of all things." Harry thought about the tests he'd passed. About facing his fears, his losses, his mortality. "Maybe," he said. "But maybe not. My ancestors thought they were buying time. I'm thinking bigger." "Bigger?" "They bound you because they couldn't destroy you. But they were 3 brothers with limited knowledge, working alone against an existential threat." Harry smiled, a sharp, fierce expression. "I have allies. Resources. Time to prepare. And I'm not just going to maintain their binding. Then what? I'm going to find a way to end this. Permanently." The Covenant was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, there was something new in its voice. Not fear, something that old and hungry probably couldn't feel fear, but caution. "You are ambitious, little lord. More than any who came before. I'm a survivor. We tend to be ambitious about staying alive. We shall see." The presence withdrew, shrinking back from the barrier. "We shall see if your ambition matches your ability. Until then, we wait. We watch. And we remember." Harry woke in his bed at the Tonks home, the winter sun streaming through his window. He lay there for a long moment, thinking about bindings and barriers and the thing that waited in the dark. Then he got up, dressed, and went to find his family. There was work to do. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Long Game. 3 years carved their mark on Harry Potter. He stood before the mirror in his room at the Tonks home, examining the stranger who looked back at him. 10 years old now, though the face in the glass seemed older. Sharp cheekbones had emerged from what had once been hollow cheeks. His eyes, still that vivid green, his mother's eyes, held a watchfulness that most children never developed. The Peverell ring gleamed on his finger, no longer too large, as if it had always belonged there. His Hogwarts letter sat on the desk behind him, unopened. He already knew what it said. The same letter that went to every magical child in Britain upon their 11th birthday, inviting them to attend the most prestigious school of magic in Europe. For most children, it was a dream come true. For Harry, it was a complication. "You're brooding again." He turned to find Tonks leaning against his doorframe, her hair a subdued brown today, a sign she was taking something seriously. At 17, she'd shot up in height and grown into her features. She'd also just completed her 6th year at Hogwarts, 1 year away from graduation and her goal of becoming an Auror. "I'm thinking," Harry corrected. "Same thing, with you." She crossed the room and picked up the letter, turning it over in her hands. "You have to go, you know. Mum's already said she can't justify keeping you home any longer. The Ministry's been making noises about truancy. The Ministry can make all the noises it wants. I'm Lord Peverell. I have the right to determine my own education." "Yeah, but you're also the boy who lived. People expect certain things." Tonks set the letter down. Besides, Hogwarts isn't all bad. The library's amazing. The food's decent. And there's always something happening to keep things interesting. That's what worries me. The past 3 years have been eventful in ways that never made the papers. Harry had found and destroyed 2 more Horcruxes, a locket hidden in a cave, a cup buried in the Lestrange vault, each time weakening Voldemort's grip on existence. He'd continued his political work in the Wizengamot, building alliances, blocking hostile legislation, slowly accumulating influence. And he'd trained relentlessly with Moody, with Andromeda, with anyone who had something useful to teach. But Hogwarts represented a loss of control. 7 years in a castle run by Dumbledore, surrounded by children who saw him as either a hero or a target, cut off from the networks and resources he'd built. The very thought made his skin crawl. "You could use a break," Tonks said softly. "From all of this. Just be a kid for a while." "I haven't been a kid since I was 5. "I know. That's why you need this." She sat on the edge of his bed, her expression unusually serious. "Harry, I've watched you for 5 years now. You've done incredible things. But you're also wound tighter than a spring. If you don't learn to relax sometimes, to let other people carry the weight, I'll break. Or you'll forget why you're fighting in the first place." Harry turned back to the mirror, considering her words. She wasn't wrong. The constant vigilance, the endless planning, the weight of responsibility, it had become so normal that he'd stopped questioning it. When was the last time he'd done something just for fun? When was the last time he'd laughed without calculation? "Hogwarts," he said slowly. 7 years of being a student instead of a lord. Not instead of. In addition to. You'll still be Lord Peverell. You'll still have your seat on the Wizengamot, your resources, your allies. But you'll also have classes and homework and Quidditch matches and all the normal stuff. Normal. The word felt strange in his mouth. Relatively speaking. Tonks grinned. "Come on, Harry. How bad could it be?" The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, children running everywhere, parents calling instructions, owls hooting in protest at their cages. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd with Andromeda and Ted, watching the pandemonium with the detached curiosity of an anthropologist observing a foreign culture. "Remember," Andromeda said, her voice low, "you don't have to hide who you are, but you also don't need to announce it. Let people underestimate you. It's an advantage." "I know. And if Dumbledore tries anything, I know." Ted cleared his throat. "What your mother is trying to say is that we love you and we want you to be careful but also have fun. Possibly make some friends. Do you remember what friends are?" Harry smiled despite himself. "Vaguely. Good enough." Ted pulled him into a hug, something Harry had learned to accept over the years, even if physical affection still felt foreign. "Write to us. Or don't, if you're too busy being mysterious and important. Just, be yourself, Harry. Whoever that is. I'm still figuring that out. Aren't we all?" Andromeda's hug was briefer but no less warm. "Make us proud. But more importantly, make yourself proud." Harry nodded, gathered his trunk, and walked toward the train. Finding an empty compartment took longer than expected. Every car seemed packed with students, many of whom stared openly as Harry passed. He was used to the attention, he'd been a public figure for 5 years now, but it was different here. More intense. More personal. "Harry Potter. Is it really you?" The speaker was a girl his own age, bushy-haired and bright-eyed, practically vibrating with excitement. Behind her, a round-faced boy watched nervously. "It's really me," Harry confirmed. "Can I help you with something?" "Oh. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century, but you're also Lord Peverell, which isn't mentioned in any of those books because I think they were published before you claimed your title, and I've been trying to find information about the Peverell family but most of the sources are either incomplete or contradictory. Hermione. The round-faced boy touched her shoulder. Maybe let him breathe. Hermione flushed. Sorry. I get excited about things. I'm Muggle-born, so all of this is still new, and you're just so fascinating, historically speaking, I mean, it's fine. Harry found himself smiling. The girl's enthusiasm was oddly refreshing after years of calculated politics. I'm looking for a compartment. Do you know if there are any empty ones? We found one near the back, the boy offered. I'm Neville Longbottom, by the way. You probably don't remember, but our families were friends. Before. The name triggered recognition. The Longbottoms, allies of the Potters during the war. Frank and Alice, tortured into insanity by the Lestranges. And their son, Neville, raised by his grandmother and largely ignored by the wizarding world. I know who you are, Harry said carefully. Would you mind if I joined you? Neville's face lit up. Really? I mean, yes, of course. That would be, yes. The compartment was small but comfortable. Harry stored his trunk and settled into a seat by the window, watching the platform slide away as the train began to move. So, Hermione said, barely containing her curiosity, is it true that you lived with Muggles before claiming your lordship? The books are very vague about your early life. The books are vague because I prefer it that way. Oh. Of course. Privacy. I understand. She didn't look like she understood, but she also didn't push further. What house do you think you'll be sorted into? I've read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover, and I think I'd like Gryffindor best, but Ravenclaw would be good too. Anywhere but Slytherin, really. What's wrong with Slytherin? Hermione blinked. Well, it's where all the dark wizards come from, isn't it? You know who was a Slytherin. And all those Death Eaters. Andromeda Tonks was almost sorted into Slytherin. She's one of the kindest people I know. Harry kept his voice mild. Houses are just houses. People make their own choices. The compartment fell silent. Hermione looked uncertain, and Neville was studying Harry with new interest. That's a good point, actually, Hermione admitted. I hadn't thought about it that way. Most people don't. The conversation shifted to safer topics, classes, professors, what to expect from the first year. Harry let Hermione carry most of the discussion, content to observe. She was brilliant, clearly, with a mind that absorbed information like a sponge. Neville was quieter, more hesitant, but there was something solid beneath his nervousness. Potential allies, Harry thought, then caught himself. Not allies. Friends. He was supposed to be making friends. The distinction felt more important than he'd expected. They were an hour into the journey when the compartment door slid open. 3 boys stood in the corridor. The one in front was pale and pointed, with an aristocratic bearing that Harry recognized instantly. He'd seen it in the Wizengamot, in the way certain purebloods carried themselves. So it's true, the boy said. Harry Potter is on the train. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Neville made a small sound of dismay. Hermione stiffened. Harry met Draco's eyes with calm interest. Lord Peverell, actually. Though Harry works fine among friends. Draco's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. Of course. My father mentioned you'd claimed the title. He also mentioned that you refused his invitations to meet. Your father wanted something from me. I wasn't interested in giving it. And what did he want? Influence. Access. The usual things people want from titles. Harry's voice remained pleasant. What do you want, Draco? The directness seemed to catch Draco off guard. He'd clearly prepared for this conversation, but Harry wasn't following the expected script. I I thought we might be friends, Draco said, recovering. The right sort of friends. You'll find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I can help you with that. Can you? Harry tilted his head. How would you do that, exactly? By teaching you who matters. Who's worth knowing? Draco's eyes flicked dismissively to Hermione and Neville. Some people don't deserve, stop there. Harry's voice didn't rise, but something in it made Draco freeze mid-sentence. The two boys behind him, large, stupid-looking, clearly muscle rather than brains, shifted nervously. I've spent 3 years in the Wizengamot, Harry said quietly. I've negotiated with goblins, outmaneuvered Death Eaters, and faced things that would make your father weep. So let me be very clear, I decide who matters. I decide who's worth knowing. And I don't appreciate being told otherwise. Draco's face had gone even paler than usual. I didn't mean, you did. But you're 11, so I'm going to give you some advice instead of being offended. Harry leaned forward slightly. The world is bigger than blood purity and old money. The people who understand that will survive what's coming. The ones who don't. He shrugged. I'd rather not see you end up like the rest of your family's allies. What's that supposed to mean? Ask your father about Rodolphus Lestrange. Ask him about the Horcrux we found in his vault. Harry smiled, and there was nothing friendly in it. Ask him why the Dark Lord's most faithful servants are afraid to say my name. Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away, his companions hurrying after him. The compartment was silent. What's a Horcrux? Hermione asked finally. Something you're better off not knowing about, Harry said. Sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper. That was you losing your temper. Neville looked somewhere between terrified and impressed. You were completely calm. That's the most dangerous kind of anger. Harry sighed. Look, Malfoy's not evil. He's a product of his upbringing. But he's also not someone I can afford to have as an enemy or a friend right now. It's complicated. Everything about you seems complicated, Hermione observed. You have no idea. The castle rose from the darkness like something out of a dream. Harry had seen impressive buildings before, Gringotts, the Ministry, the Wizengamot Chamber, but Hogwarts was different. It wasn't just big or old or imposing. It felt alive, in a way that made the ring on his finger warm with recognition. First years. First years over here. The giant calling them was Hagrid, the gamekeeper. Harry knew his file, half-giant, expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore. A good man, by most accounts, but one whose allegiances were clear. The boat ride across the lake was quiet, reverent. Even Hermione seemed too awed to speak. Harry let himself feel it, the magic, the history, the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on this single moment. Whatever else Hogwarts was, it was impressive. The Sorting Hat was old, patched, and surprisingly verbose. It sat on a stool in the Great Hall, singing a song about the 4 houses while the first years waited nervously. Harry studied the head table instead, picking out the professors he recognized, Dumbledore in the center, watching everything with those twinkling eyes, McGonagall, severe and Scottish, calling names from a long list, Snape, dark and brooding, his gaze fixed on Harry with undisguised hostility. Interesting. He'd have to look into that. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jamming the hat onto her head. After a long moment, longer than most, it called out, Gryffindor. Longbottom, Neville. Another long deliberation. Gryffindor. Names continued, students shuffling to their houses, the crowd at the front thinning until, Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately. Every eye in the hall fixed on him as he walked to the stool, his face carefully blank. The hat settled onto his head, falling over his eyes. Ah, a voice said in his mind. The Lord Peverell himself. I've been waiting for you. Have you? Oh yes. The descendant of one of my creator's contemporaries, touched by death and bearing its mark. You're quite the puzzle, young man. Just sort me. So impatient. But I suppose you have reason to be. The hat's voice became more thoughtful. Plenty of courage, you've faced things that would break most adults. A keen mind, always learning, always adapting. Loyalty to those you love, though trust comes hard. And ambition, oh, such ambition. You want to remake the world. I want to survive what's coming. And help others survive too. Is there a difference? The hat seemed amused. I could put you anywhere and you'd thrive. But I think, yes, I think there's only one place for you. Slytherin. The hall went silent. Harry removed the hat and walked to the Slytherin table, his expression unchanged. Around him, students stared in open shock. At the head table, Dumbledore's eyes had lost their twinkle, replaced by something much more calculating. Harry took a seat at the end of the table, alone, and waited for the sorting to continue. This was going to be interesting. The Slytherin common room was everything Harry had expected, elegant, cold, designed to intimidate. Green light filtered through windows that looked out into the lake, casting everything in an eerie glow. His dormitory mates were Draco Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle. When Harry entered, they were already clustered in a corner, talking in low voices that cut off abruptly at his arrival. Potter. Draco's voice was wary. Didn't expect to see you here. Neither did anyone else, apparently. Harry set his trunk at the foot of the empty bed and began unpacking. Don't worry. I'm not interested in disrupting your little hierarchy. What are you interested in? Getting an education. Staying alive. The usual things. Blaise Zabini, dark-skinned, watchful, with an air of detached amusement, spoke up. My mother says you're the most dangerous person in Wizarding Britain under 50. Your mother's prone to exaggeration. She's usually right about these things. Blaise's smile didn't reach his eyes. She also says to stay on your good side. Sound advice. Theodore Nott hadn't spoken yet. He was thin, pale, with an intensity to his gaze that suggested he was always thinking several moves ahead. His father was a Death Eater, Harry knew, one of those who'd claimed Imperius and walked free. You destroyed a Horcrux in the Lestrange vault, Theo said quietly. My father nearly had a stroke when he heard. Did he? The Dark Lord was supposed to be immortal. Untouchable. And then a 7-year-old child starts picking his anchors apart one by one. Theo's voice was neutral, but his eyes were sharp. You've made powerful enemies, Potter. And now you're sleeping in the same room with their children. Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. There's a difference. Harry finished unpacking and turned to face the room. 5 boys, all watching him with varying degrees of hostility, curiosity, and calculation. Let me make something clear, he said. I'm not here to play games with you. I'm not here to fight for dominance or make enemies out of people who haven't earned it. But if any of you come after me, or mine, I will end you. Not politically. Not socially. I will reach out and break everything you care about until there's nothing left. He let that hang in the air for a moment. On the other hand, if you want to coexist peacefully, maybe even learn something useful, I'm open to that. Your choice. Silence. Then Draco, slowly, you really are insane, aren't you? Probably. Harry pulled back his bed curtains. Good night. The first week established patterns. Harry attended classes with the same focused intensity he brought to everything, mastering spells faster than any other first year and asking questions that made professors visibly uncomfortable. He ate alone, studied alone, walked the castle alone, learning its secrets, mapping its passages, understanding its magic. His Slytherin dorm mates kept their distance, watching but not approaching. The rest of the school watched too, whispers following him through every corridor. "They're afraid of you," Hermione said during one of their library study sessions. She and Neville had sought him out despite the house divide, a small rebellion that earned them glares from both Gryffindors and Slytherins. "I don't understand why. You've been nothing but polite." Polite can be terrifying when it comes from someone people expect to be easy to manipulate. Were people expecting that? Dumbledore was. Harry turned a page in his Transfiguration textbook. "He had plans for me. A specific role I was supposed to play. When I refused, it threw off his calculations." "What kind of plans?" "The kind that required me to be ignorant, grateful, and malleable." Harry's voice was flat. "I was supposed to grow up with the Dursleys, never knowing about magic until my Hogwarts letter arrived. I was supposed to come here wide-eyed and impressionable, ready to follow whatever guidance Dumbledore provided." Neville shifted uncomfortably. "Gran always said Dumbledore was a great man." "He is. Great men are the most dangerous kind." Harry looked up, meeting their eyes. "I don't think he's evil. I think he genuinely believes he's doing the right thing. But his version of the right thing involves using people as pieces in a game they don't know they're playing. I refuse to be a piece." "So what are you instead?" Harry smiled, a real smile, rare and surprising. "A player." October brought Halloween and, with it, the troll. Harry was in the library when the screams started. He'd skipped the feast, preferring research to socializing. By the time he reached the first-floor corridor, the chaos was already in full swing. Professor Quirrell lay unconscious against a wall, his turban askew. Further down the corridor, a massive mountain troll was methodically destroying a bathroom while Hermione Granger's screams echoed through the stone. Harry didn't hesitate. He hit the troll with a stunner that did nothing except get its attention. It turned, roaring, raising its club, and Harry moved. Moody's training took over. Duck, roll, come up casting. The reductor curse caught the troll's knee, dropping it to the ground. A banishing charm sent its club flying. And then Harry was standing over it, wand pressed to its skull, magic building for a finishing blow. "Harry, don't." He stopped. Hermione was standing in the ruined bathroom doorway, covered in dust and debris but apparently unharmed. Behind her, Neville was pulling himself up from where he'd apparently fallen. "It's already down," Hermione said, her voice shaking. "You don't need to kill it." Harry looked at the troll. It was stunned from the fall, not dead, and already beginning to stir. The smart thing to do would be to end the threat permanently. But Hermione was watching him with something like fear, and Harry realized what this moment meant. Not just for the troll, but for who he was becoming. "Incarcerus," he said instead, conjuring ropes that wrapped around the troll's limbs. "That should hold it until the professors arrive." Hermione's face flooded with relief. "Thank you. I thought, when you had that look, I know what you thought." Harry lowered his wand. "You weren't wrong to think it." Footsteps thundered in the corridor. McGonagall arrived first, followed by Snape and a recovered Quirrell. Their eyes took in the scene, the bound troll, the destroyed bathroom, the 3 first years standing in the wreckage. "Explain," McGonagall demanded. Harry explained. The screams, the troll, the fight. He left out the moment of hesitation, the choice he'd almost made. 50 points to Slytherin, McGonagall said finally, for exceptional presence of mind and defense of fellow students. "Though I would prefer you left such things to the professors in the future, Mr. Potter." "Yes, Professor." She swept away, directing the other teachers to deal with the troll. Harry turned to find Hermione and Neville watching him. "You saved my life," Hermione said quietly. "I did what anyone would have done." "No." She shook her head. "You did what you could do. There's a difference." Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded and walked away. Behind him, something shifted. A friendship that had been careful, tentative, became something more solid. More real. He tried not to think about how much that terrified him. November brought snow and, with it, a discovery that changed everything. Harry was exploring the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had warned students away from at the start of term, when he felt it. A pulse of magic, familiar and terrible, calling to him like blood to blood. He knew that sensation. He'd felt it with the ring, with the locket, with the cup. Horcrux. The corridor's protections were formidable but not impossible, clearly designed to stop most students while allowing determined access. Harry slipped past them one by one, his training making quick work of what should have been insurmountable obstacles. At the end was a room. In the room was a mirror. The mirror of Erist, according to the inscription. I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry looked into it and saw himself, older, surrounded by family. Andromeda and Ted, Tonks, children he didn't recognize. A world at peace, the Covenant destroyed, Voldemort a distant memory. Beautiful. Tempting. Utterly useless. He looked away and focused on what else was in the room. The Horcrux signature was stronger here, coming from somewhere beyond the mirror. Hidden, protected, waiting. Remarkable, isn't it? Harry spun. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable. The mirror shows us our deepest desires, the headmaster continued, walking slowly into the room. Most men waste away before it, unable to distinguish vision from reality. But you looked away almost immediately. I know what I want. I don't need a mirror to show me. Indeed. Dumbledore stopped a few feet away. I wondered how long it would take you to find this place. Though I confess, I didn't expect you to navigate the protections so easily. What's behind the mirror, Dumbledore? A stone. One that produces the elixir of life. I'm keeping it safe for a friend. Harry's eyes narrowed. And the Horcrux? Something flickered across Dumbledore's face. You felt it. Of course I felt it. I've destroyed 3 of them. I know the signature. Harry's voice hardened. There's a piece of Voldemort's soul in this castle, and you know exactly where it is. How long have you known? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Since before you were born, he said finally. Tom Riddle, Voldemort, came to this castle seeking employment many years ago. He hid a Horcrux here, in a place he thought no one would ever find. I discovered it shortly after, but by then, he had already made others. Destroying this one alone would have accomplished nothing. So you left it. 4 decades. In a school full of children. Contained. Watched. Waiting for the right moment. Dumbledore's eyes were tired. I have my reasons, Harry. You always do. Harry stepped closer. Give me the Horcrux. I can't do that. Can't or won't. Both. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. The Horcruxes are connected to a larger plan. A strategy that has been developing for years. If you destroy this one now, without understanding the full picture, what strategy? What plan? Harry's voice rose despite himself. You've been playing games with my life since before I was born. My parents died for your plan. I was left to rot with abusers for your plan. And now you're keeping a piece of the darkest wizard in history in a school because of your plan. Harry, tell me why. Tell me what possible justification you have for any of this. Dumbledore was quiet. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with exhaustion. There is a prophecy, he said. Made before you were born. It speaks of a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, born as the 7th month dies. It speaks of a mark, given by Voldemort himself, that would identify his equal. Harry's hand went to his scar unconsciously. Voldemort heard part of the prophecy and interpreted it to mean you. He came to kill you as an infant, and in doing so, fulfilled the very prediction he sought to prevent. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. You are the one destined to defeat him, Harry. The only one who can. So your plan is to aim me at him like a weapon. My plan is to prepare you. To give you the knowledge and tools you need to fulfill your destiny. By leaving me ignorant. By controlling what I learned and when. By keeping secrets that could have saved lives. Harry's voice was ice. That's not preparation. That's manipulation. I have made mistakes, Dumbledore admitted. Many of them. But everything I have done has been in service of the greater good. The greater good. Harry laughed, bitter and sharp. You know who else talked about the greater good? Grindelwald. Right before you defeated him and locked him away. Dumbledore flinched as if struck. I'm going to destroy the Horcruxes, Harry said. All of them. With or without your help, with or without your plan. And when they're gone, I'm going to end Voldemort myself, not because of destiny or prophecy, but because he's a threat that needs to be eliminated. And the Covenant? The binding that weakens with each passing year? I'll deal with that too. My way. Not as your weapon or your pawn, but as Lord Peverell. Harry turned to leave. You want to help? Start by telling me the truth. All of it. Until then, stay out of my way. He walked out without looking back. December brought the Yule holiday and a decision. Harry sat in the Slytherin common room, watching snow fall past the lake-filtered windows. Most students had gone home for the break, leaving the castle quiet and contemplative. Draco Malfoy sat across from him, a chessboard between them. You're not going back to your guardians? Draco asked, moving a knight. I have business to attend to here. Harry countered with a bishop. You didn't go home either. Father wanted me to. I told him I had studying to do. Draco's voice was carefully neutral. I wanted to talk to you. Away from the others. About what? Draco was quiet for a moment, studying the board. My father is afraid of you. He doesn't say it, but I can tell. And my father isn't afraid of anything, not the Dark Lord, not Dumbledore, not anyone. Except you. Is there a question in there? What are you, Potter? Really? You're 11 years old, and you've got the most powerful people in Britain walking on eggshells around you. You've destroyed Horcruxes, things that aren't even supposed to exist. You've been in the Wizengamot for 3 years, and somehow you've made allies of people who hate each other. Draco looked up. Who does that? Someone who doesn't have a choice. Harry moved a rook. I told you before, Draco. There are things coming. Things worse than Voldemort, worse than blood feuds, worse than anything your family's prepared for. I'm trying to build something that can survive it. What kind of things? Harry considered how much to say. Draco wasn't trustworthy, not yet, maybe not ever. But he was here, asking questions, showing something that looked almost like genuine curiosity. Your move, Harry said instead. Draco looked at the board, then back at Harry. I want in. In on what? Whatever you're building. I'm not stupid, Potter. I know the old ways are dying, Father's generation had their chance and they lost. But you're doing something different. Something that might actually work. Draco's jaw tightened. I'd rather be part of that than go down with the ship. Even if it means going against your father. Your family. Family is why I'm asking. Draco's voice was quiet. I have a little brother coming. Mother's expecting in March. I want him to grow up in a world that isn't constantly on the edge of war. Harry studied him for a long moment. The boy across from him was still arrogant, still prejudiced, still shaped by everything the Malfoy family stood for. But there was something else there too, something that wanted more than what he'd been given. I'll think about it, Harry said finally. But if you're serious, you'll have to prove it. Not with words. With actions. What kind of actions? I'll let you know. They finished the game in silence. Harry won, barely. It felt like the beginning of something. Spring brought suspicions, investigations, and finally, confrontation. Harry had spent months mapping the castle's defenses, understanding its magic, preparing for the moment when Voldemort, or whoever was serving him, made their move for the Philosopher's Stone. He'd identified Quirrell as the likely agent early on. The man's magical signature was corrupted in ways that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the Horcrux he'd once carried. The night it happened, Harry was ready. He felt the wards shift at precisely 11:47 p.m. Someone was moving through the third-floor corridor, dismantling the protections with practiced ease. Harry followed. By the time he reached the mirror chamber, Quirrell was already there, his turban removed, revealing something that made Harry's blood run cold. A face. Pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull. Red eyes, slit-like nostrils, an expression of naked hunger. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face hissed. At last. I have been waiting for this meeting. Have you? Because I've been preparing for it. Harry's wand was steady despite his racing heart. Let me guess, you want the stone to restore your body. But the mirror won't give it to someone who wants to use it. Only someone who wants to find it but not use it. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You know much, boy. More than you should. I know everything. The Horcruxes. The prophecy. The covenant. Harry smiled, and it wasn't pleasant. I know you've been using the resurrection stone, picking at the binding my ancestors created. Did you think no one would notice? The covenant. Something like hunger crossed Voldemort's face. You know of them. Good. Then you understand what I offer, power beyond anything you've imagined. When the binding breaks, when they're freed, they'll devour everything. Including you. Harry shook his head. You made a deal with something you don't understand. The covenant doesn't want allies. It wants an end to all life. You're just a tool to them. Lies. Truth. I've spoken to them. In dreams, through the barrier. They're using you, Voldemort. Every Horcrux you created, every time you touched the stone, you were weakening the chains that keep them contained. And when those chains finally break. Harry let the sentence hang. Quirrell was shaking now, Voldemort's face twisted with rage and something that might have been doubt. Kill him, Voldemort commanded. Kill him now. Quirrell raised his wand, and Harry moved. The duel was brief and brutal. Quirrell was a capable wizard, but he was also fighting Harry's wards, Harry's preparations, Harry's 5 years of training for exactly this moment. Within 30 seconds, Quirrell was on the ground, his wand shattered, magical ropes binding him in place. But Voldemort wasn't finished. The face on the back of Quirrell's head twisted, screamed, and something tore free. A wraith, a shadow, a thing of pure malice that dove straight at Harry's chest. For an instant, Harry felt it, the cold, the hunger, the desperate need to possess, to control, to survive. Voldemort's essence, trying to force its way into him. Then the Peverell ring flared white-hot on his finger. The wraith screamed, a sound of pure agony, and was thrown back. It hung in the air for a moment, Voldemort's face visible in the darkness, eyes wide with shock and fury. How, death's heir, Harry said, his voice calm despite his pounding heart. The ring recognizes its master. And you, Tom Riddle, are not welcome in what's mine. The wraith fled, pouring through the walls, through the stone, disappearing into the night. Voldemort was gone. For now. Harry stood alone in the chamber, breathing hard, victory and exhaustion mingling in his chest. One more battle won. But the war was far from over. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Reckoning. The end of Harry's first year at Hogwarts arrived not with celebration, but with calculation. He sat in the Slytherin common room on the final morning of term, surrounded by packed trunks and the quiet murmur of students saying their goodbyes. The morning light filtered green and strange through the lake water, casting rippling shadows across the stone floor. Draco Malfoy sat across from him, a chess board between them that neither had touched in 20 minutes. "You're brooding again," Draco observed. "Thinking. Same thing, with you." Draco leaned back in his chair. "What happens now? Over the summer, I mean. You've got plans, don't you? You always have plans." Harry considered how much to say. The year had changed his relationship with Draco, not into friendship exactly, but into something more complicated. An understanding. The Malfoy heir had proven himself in small ways, sharing information about his father's movements, warning Harry about political machinations, keeping his mouth shut when it mattered. It wasn't trust. But it was a start. "The Horcruxes," Harry said finally. "There are still more out there. The diary, according to my research. Maybe others. And Voldemort himself is still alive, or whatever passes for alive when you've torn your soul into pieces. He'll come back. Eventually. He's too stubborn to stay gone." Harry's eyes drifted to the window, to the dark water beyond. "But that's not the only threat. There's something older. Something my family has been holding back for 1,000 years. Draco was quiet for a moment. "The thing you mentioned, when we first talked. The things coming that are worse than the Dark Lord." "Yes. Are you going to tell me what it is?" Harry studied him, the pale features, the carefully neutral expression, the intelligence burning behind those grey eyes. Draco Malfoy was many things, arrogant, prejudiced, shaped by a family that had been on the wrong side of history for generations. But he was also trying to be something different. Trying to find a path that didn't lead to his father's mistakes. "Come to Gringotts tomorrow," Harry said. "Before you go home. I'll show you." The leaving feast was a subdued affair. Slytherin had won the House Cup, partly due to Harry's points from the troll incident, partly due to their Quidditch dominance, but Harry barely noticed the celebrations. His mind was elsewhere, running calculations, preparing for what came next. He caught Hermione's eye across the Great Hall. She and Neville sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by housemates who still didn't quite know what to make of their friendship with the boy who lived Slytherin. She raised her goblet slightly in acknowledgement. He returned the gesture. Unlikely allies. Unexpected friends. The world was strange that way. Dumbledore rose to give his end-of-year speech, and Harry felt those twinkling eyes linger on him for just a moment too long. They hadn't spoken since their confrontation in the mirror chamber. The headmaster had made no move against him, taken no action regarding the Horcrux hidden in the castle. It was a stalemate. Neither of them liked it. "Another year behind us," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying through the hall. "And what a year it has been. We have faced challenges, overcome obstacles, and, I hope, learned something about ourselves in the process." His gaze found Harry's. "The future is uncertain. It always is. But I believe that if we face it together, with courage and wisdom and love, we can overcome whatever darkness awaits." Harry didn't react. Words were easy. Actions were what mattered. And Dumbledore's actions had spoken volumes. The train ride back to London was quieter than the journey north had been. Harry shared a compartment with Hermione and Neville, the three of them talking about summer plans and second-year courses and all the normal things that normal students discussed. It felt strange, pleasant, but strange, to pretend for a few hours that he was just an 11-year-old boy heading home from school. "You'll write?" Hermione asked as the train pulled into King's Cross. "I'll try. Things might get complicated." "Things are always complicated with you." She smiled, though there was worry behind it. "Be careful, Harry." "I'm always careful." "No, you're always prepared. There's a difference." He didn't have an answer for that. Andromeda was waiting on the platform, standing apart from the crowd of parents. She looked tired, more tired than Harry had seen her in years, but her smile when she saw him was genuine. "You survived," she said, pulling him into a hug. "Was there doubt? With you?" "Always." She held him at arm's length, studying his face. "You've changed. Grown. It's been a year." "That's not what I mean." Her eyes were searching. "Something happened. Something more than what your letters described." Harry thought about Quirrell, about Voldemort's wraith, about the confrontation with Dumbledore and all the things he'd learned and done that he couldn't put into words. "A lot happened," he admitted. "I'll tell you everything. But first, there's someone I need to show the vault." Andromeda's expression shifted. "Who?" "Draco Malfoy." Silence. Then, carefully, "Are you sure that's wise?" "No. But it might be necessary." Harry took her arm, guiding her toward the barrier. "He's not his father, Andromeda. Not yet. And if I can turn him into something better, you'll have an ally instead of an enemy. I'll have someone who understands what's at stake. Someone from the other side who chose differently." Harry met her eyes. "Isn't that what you did? When you chose Ted?" Andromeda was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Bring him to Gringotts tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements." Draco arrived at 10 in the morning, looking uncomfortable in Muggle London. He'd come alone, a small act of rebellion, Harry suspected, against a father who would never have approved of this meeting. His robes were expensive, his bearing aristocratic, but there was uncertainty in his eyes that hadn't been there at the beginning of the year. "Potter." Draco nodded stiffly. "Malfoy." Harry gestured toward the leaky cauldron. "Shall we?" The journey to Gringotts was silent. Harry could feel Draco's nervousness, his curiosity, his fear of what he might learn. Good. Fear meant he was taking this seriously. Ragnarok met them in his office, his expression unreadable as he studied the Malfoy heir. "Lord Peverell. And guest. Draco Malfoy is here at my invitation. I want to show him the Peverell Vault, specifically, the records regarding the Covenant." Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. "That is, unusual. These are unusual times." Harry met the goblin's eyes. "He needs to understand what we're facing. All of it. And then he needs to make a choice about which side he's on." "The choice should be obvious," Draco muttered. "You'd think so. But your father made a different choice, once. So did your Aunt Bellatrix. So did a lot of people who thought they understood the stakes." Harry turned to face him fully. "I'm not going to lie to you or manipulate you. I'm going to show you the truth. What you do with it is up to you." Draco's jaw tightened. But he nodded. "Show me." The descent to the Peverell Vault felt different this time. Harry had made the journey twice before, once when he first claimed the ring, once when he retrieved the grimoire. But now, with Draco beside him, he found himself seeing it anew. The ancient corridors, the carved warnings, the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on them. The door recognized his ring and swung open. "What is this place?" Draco breathed, staring at the circular chamber with its star-filled ceiling and its alcoves full of artifacts. "The Peverell legacy. Everything my ancestors knew about the Binding, the Covenant, and the Hallows." Harry walked to the central pedestal, where the grimoire now rested. "They fought something, 1,000 years ago. Something that threatened to devour the world. They couldn't destroy it, so they bound it. Wrapped it in chains of blood and magic and will. The Covenant." Draco's voice was hushed. "I've heard whispers. Old stories, mostly. My grandfather used to talk about things that lived in the dark, things that even the Dark Lord feared. Your grandfather was right to fear them." Harry opened the grimoire to a specific page. "Look." The illustration was crude but effective, a mass of darkness pressing against a barrier of light, hungry and patient and endless. The text beneath it was in Old English, but Harry had learned to read it. The Covenant of Ashes, he translated. A collective of spirits that refused to accept death's dominion. They gathered over centuries, feeding on fear and malice, growing stronger. By the time my ancestors confronted them, they were powerful enough to threaten all life. And the Peverells stopped them. The Peverells bound them. 3 brothers, 3 artifacts, 3 anchors. Harry touched the symbol on the page, the familiar triangle, circle, and line. The Deathly Hallows. Everyone thinks they're just powerful objects, gifts from death in a fairy tale. But they're actually anchors for a binding spell that has kept the Covenant contained for 1,000 years. Draco was pale now, his aristocratic composure cracking. And the binding is weakening. Yes. Every generation without a Peverell Lord made it weaker. And Voldemort, Harry's voice hardened. Your precious Dark Lord has been actively attacking it. His Horcruxes tear at the same fabric. His use of the Resurrection Stone picks at the chains. He's so obsessed with cheating death that he's helping to unleash something that will kill everything. He can't know that. Can't he? Or does he just not care? Harry closed the grimoire. The Covenant promised him power. Alliance. They told him they'd help him conquer the world. What they didn't mention is that they don't want to conquer, they want to consume. When the binding breaks, they'll devour everything. Including him. Draco stood very still, processing this. Harry watched him, waiting. Why are you telling me this? Draco asked finally. I'm a Malfoy. My father served the Dark Lord. My family has been on the wrong side of every conflict for generations. Why would you trust me with something this important? Because you asked. Harry's voice was simple. Because you stayed in that compartment on the train and asked questions instead of making demands. Because you came here alone, without your father's permission, knowing it might cost you everything. That doesn't make me trustworthy. No. But it makes you interesting. Harry stepped closer. I don't need followers, Draco. I don't need minions or sycophants or people who'll do whatever I say. I need allies. People who understand what's at stake and choose to fight for the right reasons. And if I choose wrong? Then you choose wrong, and we become enemies. Harry shrugged. But I don't think you will. I think you're smarter than that. I think you've spent your whole life being told what to believe, and now you're starting to realize that everything you were taught was a lie. Draco was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. My father says the Dark Lord will return. That when he does, the Malfoys will be rewarded for their loyalty. Your father is right that Voldemort will return. He's wrong about everything else. And if I help you, if I choose your side, my family will suffer. My mother, my brother who hasn't even been born yet. They'll be targets. They're already targets. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. You think Voldemort rewards loyalty? Ask the Lestranges how their devotion turned out. Ask any of the Death Eaters who sacrificed everything for him. He uses people, Draco. And when he's done with them, he throws them away. Draco closed his eyes. For a moment, he looked very young, not the heir to an ancient house, not the arrogant boy who'd strutted onto the Hogwarts Express, but just a child facing choices too large for his years. Harry understood. He'd been facing those choices since he was 5. I can't turn against my family, Draco said finally. I won't betray my parents, no matter what they've done. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to be smarter than them. To prepare for a future where Voldemort doesn't win, and when that day comes, to help your family survive it. You really think you can beat him? I've already destroyed 4 of his Horcruxes. I've driven him from Hogwarts. I've built alliances he doesn't know about and prepared defenses he can't anticipate. Harry smiled, sharp and fierce. I'm going to win, Draco. The only question is who's standing with me when I do. Draco opened his eyes. Something had shifted in them, not trust, not yet, but the beginning of something. What do you need me to do? For now. Nothing overt. Stay close to your father, learn what you can, keep me informed about Death Eater movements. When the time comes for bigger moves, I'll let you know. And in exchange, when this is over, when Voldemort is gone and the Covenant is dealt with, I'll make sure your family survives. Not just survives. Thrives. The Malfoys have been on the wrong side of history, but that doesn't have to define your future. Draco considered this for a long moment. Then, slowly, he extended his hand. We have a deal, Potter. Harry shook it. Call me Harry. Summer unfolded in a blur of preparation and planning. Harry divided his time between the Tonks home, Gringotts, and the ministry, building on the foundations he'd laid over the past 5 years. Amelia Bones provided intelligence from within the DMLE. Ragnarok coordinated goblin resources. Moody continued his relentless training. And always, beneath everything, the awareness of time running out. The Covenant's whispers in his dreams had grown stronger over the year. More coherent. More urgent. The binding was holding, but the strains were visible to anyone who knew where to look. Strange incidents across Britain, unexplained deaths, spectral sightings, areas where the temperature dropped to freezing without cause. We need to find the remaining Horcruxes, Harry said during one of his strategy sessions with Ragnarok. The diary is still out there. And there might be others we don't know about. The diary presents a particular challenge. Ragnarok spread a map across his desk. We believe it was given to a follower for safekeeping, but we don't know which one. And without an object to track, our usual methods are useless. What about the snake? Ragnarok's eyebrows rose. Snake. Voldemort has a familiar. Nagini. I've seen references to her in the intelligence Draco's been providing. Harry tapped his finger on the map, thinking. If he made a Horcrux from a living creature, it would explain why she's always with him. Why he seems to speak to her like an equal. A living Horcrux. Ragnarok's expression was troubled. That would be unprecedented. And incredibly dangerous. The snake would have to be killed at precisely the right moment, after the other Horcruxes are destroyed, but before Voldemort can make more. I know. It's a problem. You seem remarkably calm about the possibility of having to murder a snake. I've already had a piece of Voldemort's soul ripped out of me. Killing the snake seems almost mundane by comparison. Ragnarok studied him for a moment. You've changed, Lord Peverell. Since I first met you. I've had to. Yes. But I wonder sometimes if you remember what you're fighting for. Beyond survival. Beyond victory. Harry thought about this. What was he fighting for? At first, it had been simple, escape the cupboard, protect himself, build a life worth living. But now, 6 years later, it had become something larger. More complicated. I'm fighting for a world where no one has to grow up like I did, he said finally. Where children don't get locked in cupboards or starved or told they're worthless. Where power doesn't automatically corrupt and the people in charge actually care about the people they're supposed to protect. An ambitious goal. I'm an ambitious person. Harry smiled. Isn't that what the Sorting Hat said? August brought news that changed everything. Harry was in the garden at the Tonks home, practicing the wandless magic Moody had been drilling into him, when Andromeda came running. Harry. You need to see this. Her face was pale, her hands shaking. She thrust a copy of the Daily Prophet at him. The headline screamed across the page, Mass Breakout from Azkaban, Lestranges among escaped prisoners. Harry read the article with growing coldness. 10 Death Eaters had escaped from the supposedly impenetrable prison, including Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange, along with Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. They'll come for you, Andromeda said. Rabastan especially. You humiliated him. He won't forget that. I know. We need to increase security. Move to a safe house. Contact the, no. Harry's voice was calm despite his racing heart. We don't run. We don't hide. That's what they expect. Harry, this is an opportunity, Andromeda. He looked up from the paper, his eyes hard. They've broken out because they think Voldemort is returning. They're going to regroup, reorganize, start making moves. And that means they'll make mistakes. You want to use this? I want to end this. Voldemort, the Death Eaters, all of it. Harry crumpled the newspaper. They're not the only ones who've been preparing. September brought a return to Hogwarts and a confrontation Harry had been dreading. He was walking to his first class of second year when he felt it, a tug, a compulsion, a voice that whispered at the edges of his mind. He followed it without thinking, his feet carrying him to a bathroom on the second floor. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry knew the legends. Everyone did. Salazar Slytherin had built a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts, containing a monster that only his true heir could control. Most people thought it was a myth. Harry knew better. The sink with the snake carving responded to his Parseltongue. The passage opened before him, dark and damp and ancient. He descended. The chamber was exactly as the stories described, a long hall lined with serpent columns, culminating in a massive statue of Slytherin himself. And there, lying on the floor before the statue, was a book. A diary. Leather-bound, ordinary-looking, thrumming with magic that Harry recognized instantly. Horcrux. I wondered when you'd come. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere. Harry spun, wand raised, and found himself facing a ghost, or something like a ghost. A young man, perhaps 16, with handsome features and cold eyes. Tom Riddle, Harry said. You know me. The figure smiled. How flattering. I know what you are. A piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved in that diary. You've been feeding on someone, a student, probably. Draining their life force to restore yourself. Clever boy. Riddle's smile widened. The little Weasley girl was so easy to manipulate. So desperate for a friend. I've been feeding on her fears and secrets for months. Harry's blood went cold. Ginny Weasley, he'd seen her on the train, small and shy, overwhelmed by her first year at Hogwarts. She must have found the diary somehow, started writing in it, never realizing what she was feeding. Where is she? Close. Dying, actually. Her life force is almost entirely mine now. In a few hours, I'll be fully corporeal, and then, I think, I'll open the chamber properly. Release the basilisk. See how Dumbledore handles a monster he can't charm or manipulate. I'm not going to let that happen. Oh. And how do you plan to stop me? Riddle laughed. I know all about you, Harry Potter. The diary has heard whispers through the castle, the boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin, making alliances with goblins and purebloods alike. You think you're so clever. But you're just a child playing at being a lord. Harry smiled. That's the mistake everyone makes, he said softly. They see the child. They forget what the child has survived. He struck without warning, not at Riddle, but at the diary lying on the floor. The basilisk fang he'd retrieved from Gringotts' stockpile, coated in venom and warded against detection, drove into the leather cover with all the force he could muster. Riddle screamed. The memory ghost dissolved in a burst of dark magic, writhing and shrieking as the Horcrux tore itself apart. Ink poured from the diary like blood, black and viscous, spreading across the stone floor. Harry watched it die without satisfaction. This was necessary, nothing more. When it was over, he found Ginny Weasley in an alcove behind the statue, pale and barely breathing. He carried her out of the chamber, up through the passages, and delivered her directly to the hospital wing. He didn't answer questions. He didn't explain. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 more to go. The end was getting closer. The rest of the year passed in a blur. Harry attended classes, maintained his alliances, continued his training. The escaped Death Eaters remained at large, but they'd gone to ground, waiting, Harry suspected, for Voldemort's return. Draco proved his value again and again, passing along information his father let slip. Hermione and Neville grew stronger, more confident, becoming true allies rather than just friends. Even Dumbledore seemed to recognize that direct confrontation was futile. He kept his distance, watching but not interfering. And beneath it all, the Covenant stirred. Harry's dreams grew darker as spring approached. The barrier was weakening faster now, the strains visible even to his waking senses. He could feel it when he walked the castle corridors, a wrongness in the air, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. How long? He asked Ragnarok during an Easter visit to Gringotts. Months, perhaps. A year at most. The goblin's voice was grave. The destruction of the Horcruxes has helped stabilize the binding, but the damage was already done. The Covenant has grown strong enough to begin pushing against the chains. What happens when they break through? They consume everything. Starting with magical areas and spreading outward until there's nothing left. Ragnarok met Harry's eyes. You need to find a way to reinforce the binding, Lord Peverell. Or find another solution entirely. My ancestors couldn't destroy them. They could only contain. Your ancestors worked with limited knowledge, limited resources, and limited time. You have advantages they didn't. Such as the grimoire, the goblin archives, the combined knowledge of 1,000 years of magical development. Ragnarok leaned forward. And something else. Something they didn't have. What? Experience with Horcruxes. Your ancestors didn't understand soul magic the way we do now. They didn't know that souls could be fragmented, contained, destroyed. Ragnarok's eyes gleamed. The Covenant is, in essence, a collection of fragmented souls, spirits that refuse to pass on. If soul magic can destroy pieces of Voldemort. Harry felt something click into place. It might be able to destroy the Covenant. Or at least weaken it enough that a new binding could hold. The summer after second year became a crucible of research and preparation. Harry threw himself into the grimoire with new focus, searching for connections between Peverell magic and the soul magic that had created Horcruxes. The parallels were striking, both involved anchoring spiritual essence to physical objects, both defied the natural order of death and passage. The binding is essentially a giant container, Harry explained to his inner circle during a meeting at the Tonks' home. My ancestors took the Covenant, all those fragmented, hungry spirits, and wrapped them in chains of magic anchored to the Hallows. Like a Horcrux, Hermione said slowly. But inverted. Instead of one soul spread across multiple objects, multiple souls contained by multiple anchors. Exactly. And like a Horcrux, the container can be destroyed, but only if you have the right tools. Basilisk venom, Neville offered. Fiend fire. The sword of Gryffindor, according to what you did to the diary. Those work on Horcruxes because they destroy the container. The soul fragment has nowhere left to go, so it dissipates. Harry shook his head. But the Covenant isn't contained in objects we can stab. It's contained by a magical working that spans 3 artifacts and 1,000 years of accumulated power. So what's the solution? Harry took a breath. This was the part he'd been avoiding, the conclusion he'd reached in the small hours of the morning and hadn't wanted to face. The Hallows, he said. All 3 of them. United. According to the grimoire, no one has ever held all 3 at once. The brothers separated them immediately after the binding, knowing they were too dangerous together. But united, they would have power over death itself. Power to do what? To open a door. To the other side. To wherever spirits go when they finally accept their ending. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands weren't. If I can unite the Hallows and open that door, I might be able to force the Covenant through. End them permanently instead of just containing them. But you'd have to go there, Tonks said, her voice tight. To the boundary. To the river in your dreams. Yes. And the thing on the other side, the thing that's been waiting for you, would be waiting for me. Yes. Silence fell over the room. There has to be another way, Andromeda said finally. If there is, I haven't found it. And we're running out of time to keep looking. Finding the remaining Hallows consumed the rest of the summer. Harry already had the Resurrection Stone, cleansed of its Horcrux corruption. The invisibility cloak, according to the grimoire, had passed from Ignotus to his son's son, eventually landing in the Potter family, where it had remained for generations. Dumbledore has it, Harry realized during one of his research sessions. He borrowed it from my father before the war. That's why it wasn't in the Potter vault. Retrieving it would require confrontation. Harry wasn't ready for that. Not yet. The Elder Wand was the greater challenge. The grimoire's records of its passage were fragmentary, a trail of death and violence stretching across centuries, as wizard after wizard killed for its power. The trail went cold in the early 20th century. Grindelwald, Ragnarok said when Harry brought him the research. The dark wizard Dumbledore defeated in 1945. He was known to possess an unbeatable wand. And when Dumbledore defeated him, the wand's allegiance would have transferred. If the Elder Wand exists, Dumbledore has it. Both Hallows in Dumbledore's possession. Harry almost laughed at the cosmic irony. I need to talk to him, Harry said. Really talk. Not the fencing match we've been doing for years. Are you sure that's wise? No. But I don't see another option. The meeting happened on a September evening, a week into Harry's third year. Harry requested it formally, through proper channels, as Lord Peverell addressing the Chief Warlock. Dumbledore agreed with what seemed like genuine interest. They met in the headmaster's office, surrounded by spinning silver instruments and sleeping portraits. Fawkes, the Phoenix, watched from his perch with ancient, knowing eyes. Lord Peverell. Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable chair. To what do I owe the pleasure? You have two things that belong to me. Harry sat without ceremony. The invisibility cloak, which was my father's. And the Elder Wand, which is my birthright as Lord Peverell. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You've been doing your research. I've been doing a lot of things. Most of which you know about, I suspect. I try to keep informed. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. The cloak, I will happily return. I only borrowed it, after all, and I've held it long enough. But the wand is necessary for what I'm planning. And what exactly are you planning? Harry met those piercing blue eyes without flinching. To destroy the Covenant. Permanently. Not just reinforce the binding, end it. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. That's ambitious. Even for you. The binding is failing. You know it is. The incidents across Britain, the strange deaths, the spectral sightings, those are symptoms of what's coming. In months, maybe less, the Covenant will break free. And then the world ends. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Yes. I'm aware. You're aware. You've known about this and done nothing. I've done what I could. Contained incidents. Monitored the binding's decay. Searched for solutions. Dumbledore sighed. But the Peverell magic is beyond me, Harry. I can observe, but I cannot intervene. Only a true heir of the line can work the binding, and until you came along, that line was extinct. Harry absorbed this. So you've been waiting for me. I've been hoping for you. There's a difference. Dumbledore rose and walked to the window, his back to Harry. I know what you think of me. That I'm a manipulator, a schemer, a man who uses people as pieces in a game. And you're not entirely wrong. I have made terrible choices in the name of the greater good. You left me with the Dursleys. I did. Because the Blood Wards were the only protection I could provide against Voldemort's followers, and I genuinely believed your relatives would treat you as family. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly. I was wrong. I have been wrong about many things. So make it right. Give me the wand. Help me instead of blocking me. Dumbledore turned to face him. In the fading light, he looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him. Not the powerful wizard, the supreme mugwump, the undefeated champion. Just a man carrying too many years of burden. The Elder Wand is not something that can be simply given, Dumbledore said. Its allegiance must be won. That's its nature. If I hand it to you without being defeated, it will never truly be yours. Then duel me. You're 12 years old. I'm Lord Peverell. I've destroyed 5 Horcruxes, survived Voldemort's direct attack, and faced things that would make most adults weep. Don't tell me I'm too young. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Pride? Recognition? Harry couldn't tell. Very well, Dumbledore said. But not here. Not now. If we're going to do this, it needs to be somewhere with meaning. Somewhere the Hallows will recognize. The river. Harry knew immediately. The boundary between worlds. Where my ancestors first worked the binding. You can reach it. In dreams. But if I bring the Hallows, what I have of them, I think I can cross over. Really cross. And face the Covenant directly. And face them directly. With you backing me up, if you're willing. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Harry watched emotions play across his face, doubt, hope, fear, determination. You know, Dumbledore said finally, when you were a baby, I held such hopes for you. I imagined you growing up to be a great wizard, a leader, someone who could unite our world against the darkness. I never imagined you'd become this. What am I? Something new. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm and sad. Something that doesn't fit my plans or my expectations. I've spent so many years trying to guide events, to shape outcomes, that I forgot something important. The best leaders aren't the ones we create. They're the ones who create themselves. He reached into his robes and withdrew a shimmering cloth, silvery, flowing, seeming to disappear into itself at the edges. Your father's cloak. It belongs with you. Harry took it, feeling the magic hum against his skin. The invisibility cloak. The cloak of true invisibility, that could hide the wearer even from death. The wand? When you're ready. When the time is right. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but for once, it didn't feel manipulative. It felt almost like respect. Prove to me that you're ready, Lord Peverell. And I'll give you everything I have. The year accelerated toward its inevitable conclusion. Harry continued his training, his planning, his preparations. The cloak became part of him, responding to his will with an ease that suggested long familiarity. The stone hung at his belt, ready but untouched. The final Horcrux, Nagini, remained out of reach, protected by Voldemort wherever he was hiding. But that was a problem for later. The Covenant came first. The visions grew stronger as spring approached. Harry could feel the binding straining, could hear the Covenant's whispers even in his waking hours. They knew what he was planning. They were afraid. Good. They should be. The night before the end-of-year feast, Harry dreamed of the river for the final time. He stood on the shore, the 3 brothers beside him. But they were fading now, their forms becoming translucent, their work nearly done. You are ready, Ignotus said, or the echo of Ignotus, the impression his ancestor had left in the fabric of the binding. You have the knowledge. You have the will. You have 2 of the 3. The wand comes tomorrow, Harry replied. Dumbledore has agreed to the duel. Then it is time. Antioch's voice was fiercer, more impatient. Time to finish what we started. To succeed where we failed. We did not fail, Cadmus corrected. We bought 1,000 years. You will buy eternity. Or I'll die trying. The brothers laughed, a sound like wind through autumn leaves. Death comes for everyone, young lord. Even us. Especially us. But what matters is not how long you live. What matters is what you do with the time you have. The vision began to fade. When the door opens, do not hesitate. Do not look back. Walk through, face what waits, and do what must be done. And if I fail? Silence. Then, from all three brothers at once, then the world ends. So don't fail. The duel with Dumbledore was brief and brutal. They met at dawn, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the boundary between worlds was thin. Harry came with the cloak and the stone. Dumbledore came with the wand. No words were exchanged. No ceremony. Just two wizards, facing each other across 20 feet of dew-soaked grass. Dumbledore struck first, a blazing arc of fire that should have incinerated anything it touched. Harry vanished beneath the cloak, letting the flames pass through where he'd stood. He reappeared behind Dumbledore, his own wand singing with power. The old man blocked, countered, pressed forward with a complexity of spellwork that would have overwhelmed almost anyone. Harry was not almost anyone. The training paid off. Moody's paranoia, Andromeda's precision, his own desperate practice, it all came together in a symphony of movement and magic. He didn't try to overpower Dumbledore. He didn't need to. He just needed to win. The opening came 4 minutes into the duel. Dumbledore overextended, expecting Harry to retreat, and Harry lunged forward instead. His hand closed around the Elder Wand's shaft at the same moment his own wand pressed against Dumbledore's throat. "Yield," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Then, slowly, he smiled. "I yield." The wand's allegiance shifted, Harry felt it, a sudden rush of power that nearly buckled his knees. The Elder Wand. The Wand of Destiny. His, now. Truly his. He stepped back, breathing hard, the three Hallows united for the first time in 1,000 years. "Well done," Dumbledore said quietly. "I thought I might win." "So did I." Harry looked at the wand in his hand, unremarkable looking, old, but thrumming with power. "How does it feel? To lose?" "Strange. I've had that wand for 50 years. But also." Dumbledore paused, searching for words. "Relieved. The Elder Wand is a burden. I'm not sorry to pass it on. You might be. Depending on how this goes. Whatever happens, Harry, know this, I'm proud of you. I didn't make you who you are, you made yourself. And that's the greatest magic of all." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Then he turned toward the boundary, raised the three Hallows, and opened the door. The river was different in person. Not a vision, not a dream, reality, of a sort. Harry stood on the shore, the water black and still before him, and felt the weight of what awaited. On the other side, the Covenant churned. They had no form, no faces, just a mass of darkness and hunger, pressed against a barrier that was now gossamer thin. Harry could feel their rage, their triumph, their certainty that he had come to die. "Little Lord," they whispered, 1,000 voices speaking as one. "You have united the Hallows. You have opened the door. And now you will fall, as all mortals fall, and we will be free." "Wrong." Harry raised the Elder Wand. "I haven't come to fall. I've come to end this." "End this?" The laughter was like grinding ice. "You cannot destroy us. Your ancestors tried. They bound us because destruction was impossible. My ancestors didn't understand what they were dealing with. They saw a threat and contained it because that was all they knew how to do. Harry began walking forward, toward the barrier, toward the darkness. But I understand something they didn't. What could you possibly understand that they did not? Soul magic. Harry reached the barrier and pressed his hand against it. The hallows flared with power. Horcruxes. The fact that souls, even fragmented, twisted, hungry souls like yours, can be destroyed. You just need the right tools. The Covenant's amusement curdled into something else. What are you doing? Opening the door. Not to let you out. Harry smiled. To let something in. He poured everything he had into the hallows, his magic, his will, his understanding of what these artifacts truly were. Not just anchors for a binding. Not just powerful objects. Symbols. Representations of the three things that could challenge death itself: power, reunion, and concealment. The barrier didn't break. It inverted. The door opened, not outward, but inward. And through it poured something vast and terrible and patient. The force his ancestors had bargained with. The presence he'd met in the third test. Death. No, the Covenant screamed, a sound of pure terror. We refused. We will not, you don't get to refuse. Harry's voice was steady, even as the world shook around him. You ran from the natural order. You hid. You fed. You became something that should never have existed. But death is patient, and death is inevitable, and death always collects what it is owed. The Covenant fought. They raged against the force pouring through the door, throwing everything they had at the boundary between existence and ending. But they were tired, weakened by centuries of containment, scattered and fragmented, no longer the unified threat they'd once been. And death was hungry. Harry watched as the darkness was consumed. As spirits that had defied their ending for 1,000 years finally, inevitably, passed on. Some went screaming. Some went silently. Some, at the end, seemed almost grateful. When it was over, the river was still. Well done, Lord Peverell. Harry turned. Death stood behind him, not a figure, not a form, just a presence that was somehow more real than reality. You have accomplished what your ancestors could not. The Covenant is ended. The binding is no longer necessary. What about the hallows? They are yours. Use them wisely, or not at all. They are tools, nothing more, powerful tools, but tools nonetheless. The presence seemed to smile. You have earned something few mortals ever earn, a choice. The door is open. You could stay here, in the space between. Or you could return. What happens if I stay? You become something other than mortal. Something lasting. Something that could watch over the boundary forever, ensuring nothing like the Covenant ever rises again. It was tempting. Harry couldn't deny that. The power, the permanence, the certainty that he'd never have to face the struggles and pains of mortal life again. But then he thought about Andromeda, waiting for him. Ted and Tonks. Hermione and Neville. Even Draco, who was trying so hard to become something better than his father. He thought about the world he'd fought to protect, and everything he still wanted to do in it. I'm going back, he said. I expected nothing less. Death's presence began to fade. Live well, Harry Potter. We will meet again, when your time truly comes. And when that day arrives. You'll greet me as an old friend. Yes. Exactly so. The river dissolved. The door closed. And Harry Potter, Lord Peverell, Master of Death, opened his eyes in the forbidden forest to find the sun rising over Hogwarts. It was over. The summer that followed was the quietest Harry had ever known. He returned to the Tonks home and let himself, for the first time in years, simply rest. The Covenant was destroyed. The hallows were secured, he'd locked them away in the Peverell vault, too dangerous for casual use but available if ever needed. The remaining Horcrux, Nagini, still existed, but Voldemort remained weak, hiding, no longer the immediate existential threat he'd been. There would be more battles. Harry knew that. Voldemort would return eventually, and they'd have to face him. The wizarding world still needed changing, and there were powers and prejudices that wouldn't dissolve overnight. But for now, there was peace. Harry sat in the garden of the Tonks home, watching Tonks chase the plotting gnome across the flower beds, listening to Ted's latest invention malfunction somewhere in the shed. Andromeda sat beside him, reading quietly, a cup of tea cooling at her elbow. "You're thinking again," she observed without looking up. "Am I that obvious? You have tells." She set down her book. "What's on your mind?" Harry considered the question. "So many things, the future, the past, everything in between." "I was thinking about cupboards," he said finally. "Cupboards? When I was in the space between, when death offered me a choice, I almost stayed. The power, the certainty, never having to struggle again." He watched Tonks tackle the gnome and hold it up triumphantly. "But then I remembered why I started fighting in the first place. Not to become powerful. Not to become permanent. Just to have what everyone else took for granted. And what's that? A home. A family. People who care about me." He looked at her, this woman who had taken in a broken child and helped him become something whole. "I found that. I didn't need to become immortal. I just needed to remember what I was living for." Andromeda's eyes were bright. "Harry. Thank you," he said. "For everything. For taking me in when you didn't have to. For teaching me what family means. For believing in me when everyone else saw a weapon or a pawn." She pulled him into a hug, gentle, warm, familiar. "You're welcome," she said. "Always." That night, Harry dreamed one last time. Not of the river. Not of the Covenant. Just a quiet space, filled with soft light, where two figures waited for him. James and Lily Potter. "Hey, kiddo," James said. "Heard you did something pretty impressive." "We're proud of you," Lily added. "So proud. You've become everything we hoped you'd be." Harry felt tears on his cheeks, but he was smiling. "I miss you." "We know. We miss you too." Lily touched his face, or the impression of a touch, the echo of what might have been. "But we're always with you. In the choices you make. In the person you've become. In the family you've built." "Live well," James said. "Love fully. And when it's your time, really your time, we'll be waiting," Lily finished. "Until then, our beautiful boy, be happy." The dream faded. Harry woke in his bed, the morning sun streaming through the window, and smiled. The future was uncertain. It always was. But he was ready for it. The end.